The second meeting of the General Laws and Technology Committee will convene now, and we have, I think, a quorum. But would you call the roll?
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
All right, we have a quorum. What we're going to do today is we will be doing a fair number of bills. A good bit of the bills are on the docket, of the remaining bills that we have. But first, we're going to hear from three officials who have been appointed by Governor Youngkin to serve, two in a cabinet and one in another position that's been sort of operating as a cabinet level operation there. So what we'll do is we'll call each of the three of them up individually, and then let them sort of talk about what their background is and what they, what they're looking to do in terms of the responsibilities they will have as long as they are confirmed in their positions, and then maybe take some questions from the committee and move on from there. So we will start with the veteran of the three, Kay Coles James. And then the other two can follow your lead on things. So.
I don't know how I feel about that. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you for the opportunity and seeing old friends and new ones and being back in Virginia. I have had the privilege of serving in the Commonwealth, formerly in the Allen administration as the Secretary of Health, and had the privilege of serving on the State Board of Education, as well as several opportunities to serve our country at the national level. I served in the transition for Governor Youngkin and was quite surprised at the end of that process that he asked if I would be willing to come in and serve as his Secretary of the Commonwealth. I was delighted to say yes, one, because I love the Commonwealth. I think it's a very important role for several reasons. One, finding good people, qualified people to serve on our boards and commissions. Two, because there are several things that office does that are near and dear to me. I am very interested in what we do in terms of clemency, restoration of rights, pardons, and those things. So having the opportunity to dive down deep into those and make sure that all of those individuals are treated as individuals and not as a stack of paper to be processed. There's a lot of opportunity there, and I look forward to working with the indigenous people, the Indian tribes in our country, in our Commonwealth, and working with all of the boards that are put in place by the General Assembly to make sure that various constituencies are taken care of. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, either about background or about the particular office and how we see things going forward. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions? Why don't we start down with Senator Locke?
Hello, how are you today?
Good to see you again.
Thank you. Let's start with what you talked about as it relates to pardons and restoration of rights, and how we can move forward with that as a seamless process. Governor Northam issued any number of pardons and dealt with restoration of rights. How do you see the office moving forward with that process and it being seamless with individuals?
Well, first of all, as you can imagine, this week has been like trying to take a drink of water out of a fire hose, learning those processes and learning how we can improve upon them. As I said earlier when I was being questioned about this, those issues are not just philosophical or ideological. They really hit pretty close to home. And I have had my own family members who have taken advantage of those processes. And on behalf of them, I think I owe them, as well as the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, a keen eye and a commitment to process those easily, seamlessly, and again, they are not stacks of paper to me. When I see those papers, I see people I know and love.
A second question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead,
if I might.
Senator Locke.
Is that the Secretary of the Commonwealth has to be very knowledgeable about the inner workings of the state government, and you've been here before. How do you see yourself being prepared to handle those inner workings as the Commonwealth has changed over time?
Well, some things change and some things stay remarkably the same. And I've not been absent for all those years, but still participating in our Commonwealth. I do know the state well. I know the individuals well. I think I'll be able to be a good resource for the governor as he's looking for talent to fill those boards and commissions. I have maintained my roots within various communities and will be looking to make sure that all of those boards and commissions are representative of the people of the Commonwealth.
One last question, Mr. Chair.
All right, Senator Locke.
I know that this does not come under the auspices of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, but I know that you've been very vocally in opposition to the teaching of critical race theory, which is certainly currently not taught in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But the Commonwealth, the Secretary of the Commonwealth does have appointment powers. Is it the plan of using those appointment powers to appoint people to educational boards that will waste the time of taxpayers to focus on this non-issue in the Commonwealth?
Well, first of all, it's never the intent to waste the taxpayers for any reason. And I agree that there's a lot of mis and disinformation about what critical race theory is. There's also a lot of misinformation and disinformation about what actually the governor is intending to do. He wants all the history taught. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about a theme for Black History Month called Tell It All, good and bad. What we don't want to see is an opportunity for divisiveness or for anyone to be made to feel less than. So what we're hoping to do is to find people who are willing to serve, who will tell all the history, leaving nothing out, and making sure that as we move forward, we do it in the interest of bringing people together and not dividing people.
I just have one comment,
All right.
Mr. Chairman. I do know what critical race theory is since I teach it. Yeah. And I think that if we're going to tell all the history, then we shouldn't tell lies about it.
Absolutely.
And so, and putting people in positions where they're going to actually have to play Big Brother in classrooms is putting them in the position of telling lies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Locke, I appreciate your position on that. I came out of Virginia school system and am old enough to remember fourth grade history where I was actually taught that the slaves were happy and they were being, the slave owners were benevolent and their lives were better as a result of it. That's not accurate history. We can tell the truth about what happened, but also add to that the greatness that is this country and the Commonwealth and the things that we've done to move past that, to overcome it. So tell the good and tell the bad.
Thank you.
I knew we would.
All right.
Anything
All
else?
right. Down this way, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would ask of the clerk if we could close the door. It's getting a little noisy from the hallway. As I age in years, I have a harder time hearing. Thank you for coming to see us today. Question. often, many of my constituents in my years of serving, my 7 years down here, have reached out. They want to serve in various positions. A lot of them are not political at all, and they have knowledge in those positions. And I think it's a good cooperative service between members of the General Assembly to work with the Secretary of the Commonwealth and the administration to get these folks in there. And again, most of them, I believe, are not political one bit. We just need good people to serve. I hope that we can continue that, and I wanted to hear your thoughts and your position on that, how you would like to work that with us.
I have to work it with you. I am going to be dependent upon you to help identify talent that we can place on these boards and commissions. There is a process for doing that, and I have told everyone that sent me an email I think there are about 5,000 people who want to serve on the board of UVA. And they can't all. But I'm telling everyone that there is a process. Go to the portal. Go to the portal, put that information in, and I will work with members of the General Assembly to make sure that it is a seamless process. There are so many appointments that have to be made. I couldn't do it without you. So I will be working with you, taking suggestions and ideas, and making sure that our boards and commissions are representative of the people of the Commonwealth.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that answer, and I certainly will do all I can because, as I said, many citizens want to serve, and I don't see that as a political partisan issue. We need to get those who want to serve presented forward to make sure we have good people working for us. Thank you.
For sure.
All right, anyone else down this way that had a question? Okay. Yes, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Madam Secretary. It's nice to meet you in person instead of on the phone.
Yes.
I had a few questions. One was that you had signed a letter supporting former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's Commission on Unalienable Rights, which bypassed the State Department's existing human rights infrastructure, instead calling for the application of something called natural law, which is a conservative term often used for transphobic and homophobic views. And I was wondering, in light of that, how do you plan to support and uphold protections for same-sex marriage, which is law here in Virginia?
I will always uphold the law.
Okay, thank you. And if I might, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Eben.
Also regarding the LGBT community, you had tweeted that the Federal Equality Act was anything but equality, stating that the bill would shut down businesses and charities, politicize medicine, endanger parental rights, and open every female bathroom and sports team to biological males. And I was wondering what your views are on the rights of transgender Virginians.
I think that transgender individuals in Virginia should have their rights protected just like anyone else. It is a non-issue for me.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. And Mr. Chair, if I could follow up with one final question.
And my concerns with the Equality Act really had nothing to do with those issues, by the way.
Thank you for that clarification. Virginia has a number of advisory boards in the code that fall under the Secretary of the Commonwealth, including a relatively new African American Advisory Board, an American Asian Pacific Islander Board, Latino Advisory Board, and more. There's also a relatively new LGBTQ Advisory Board, and the appointments of that board falls within the purview of your office, of course. So I was wondering if you would be upholding your duty to make appointments to this board and pledge to support their work and see that
Absolutely.
They have an open forum to promote their recommendations.
I couldn't go home if I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Certainly. Others who have questions down to my right, so. Any others here? All right, well, thank you very much for your comments and everything.
Thank you.
And willingness to come talk with us, and we'll stay in touch with you, I'm sure, individually as well as collectively.
We've got a lot of work to do together, and I think in the spirit of cooperation, we can.
Yes.
We can.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you.
Certainly. All right, next up is Lynn McDermott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to speak.
Pointed to the cabinet by Governor Youngkin. So,
thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I'd tell you a little bit about myself since I am new to politics and new to this position. I'm an Army brat. I was raised by a full colonel in the Army and who was in the service for 35 years. But I've been a Virginian for 50 years. I raised my family here. Luckily, I have my 4 grandchildren here. So I love Virginia, and the reason that I came out of retirement to serve in this position is to see what I could do to give back to Virginia and make it the great place that it is. As you know, I spent the last 20 years of my career in the information technology business, both at the Federal Reserve and at a private company. I did a lot of things as technology, large programs, cybersecurity, which of course was paramount, particularly in the Federal Reserve, and a variety of other activities. I've also served in many administrative functions, HR, finance, general services, which of course is the responsibility I have now as Secretary of Administration. So I thought that I would talk a little bit about that position and what we have in store for that position. We understand that technology is dependent on everything, and everything is dependent on technology. So making sure that it works effectively, is available to those that need it, and is secure, I think is our number one priority. And I call that cybersecurity. We really do have to look at end-to-end technology to make sure that it's secure. I really appreciate the bill you're sponsoring, Mr. Chairman, to collect all the information about incidents. That's really very important to understand where are the vulnerabilities, what are we doing to fix them. So thank you for that. The other things that we're doing in the technology area is really looking at where do we stand from a cybersecurity. There are processes that can be followed to evaluate, to pen test, to look at the infrastructure that we have, to look at the applications, the websites. I mean, the easiest way to get into any organization is through its website. So we have to evaluate all of those, really look at them from the beginning to end, look at the architectural design associated with them, and bring in experts to help us with that. So that's our top priority right now. The second thing that we're looking at is really working with the other agencies on the applications that they're developing to provide support to the citizens of Virginia. A good example is the Virginia Employment Commission. I mean, we'll be working very closely with Secretary-designee Brian to really look at what is that system intended to do, what does it need to do, how do we make systems at DMV and all the public-facing agencies more user-friendly. And there's work that we can do to enhance the existing technology or add on new technology to really make them much more adaptable to the wide variety of citizens that we have that need to get into our agencies through technology. So that's the second priority that we have when it comes to technology. And the third is really associated with VITA, is looking at the services we provide internally to the 55,000 or 60,000 employees of the state and the tools that they have and the processes that they use and the security around the work that they do here within the Commonwealth. So from a technology perspective, we have challenges, but we also have what I think are great opportunities to make our technology work better for us, work more seamlessly for us, and I think we have the opportunity to step back, look at it, and get it working very well. Another area that I have is procurement, looking at our policies around procurement, our processes around procurement. The goal there, and Governor Youngkin is very keen on looking at procurement in efficient ways to save money through our procurement processes, but also make it easy for all businesses in Virginia to come and do business with the state. Also, I'm responsible for the human resources functions. That's in good shape. We really need to look at some of the policies, but I do think that that we have fairly basic good benefits. I've taken a quick look at them that we offer to our staff, and I think that's an area that we just need to enhance, but it's working well. And then, of course, general services, which is all the buildings and grounds and facilities. Also with Joe D'Amico over that function, we intend to manage it well, but keep it on track. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody down here have questions? Senator Evans. So.
Yeah, thank you for your focus on cybersecurity. I think it's essential, and I really appreciate your spotlighting it. In terms of the area of cyber, I am curious how you plan to work on data sharing among state government agencies, and if that's also a focus.
No, that's a great question. We do have a chief data officer. There's a position open for that position right now, and that we're going to fill. There are data sharing trust agreements already in place between several agencies. I think that's the way to go. First is to ensure that the proper controls are in place so that the data can be trusted. Getting the right tools in place, but it is working with the agencies who actually own the data and understanding where it is it cataloged appropriately? Are there metadata standards? Are we able to integrate data appropriately? But first and foremost is to protect our data, without a doubt.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure, Senator Evans.
One of the other agencies under your purview will be the Department of Elections.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you have any views on our elections in Virginia, if you consider them safe and fair, or if you believe we have election fraud occurring in any kind of significant way.
I really haven't looked into it. I vote, and that's about the most I know about elections now. I know there's several bills out there to perhaps change the process. As far as I know, they're safe.
Okay, great. And Mr. Chairman, one last question on elections.
Sure, but just a minute. Senator Vogel is carrying a bill to
That's right.
deal with the election
That's right,
system
exactly.
at
And
the
I've
time.
spoken with her at length
Right.
about that,
Yes.
and we support that bill.
Right.
We've passed a number of laws in recent years to expand access to the ballot so that Virginians can exercise their right to vote. And the laws included early voting, Sunday voting, curbside voting, and more. And I was wondering if the Youngkin administration supports efforts to roll back any of these voting accessibility measures.
I'm sorry, I can't comment. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any others with questions down this end this time? So, all right. Senator Locke.
I just have one quick question. You mentioned about the administration being open to working with all businesses. Is that inclusive of small women and minority-owned
Absolutely.
businesses?
It's a key focus. And I think Secretary America's here, and I know that she has talked about it. We've talked about it. It is not just a focus, but it will help us if we can get to our 400,000 jobs. I don't want to take your thunder, through small women-owned, minority-owned businesses.
In terms of procurement, how do you see that developing?
What I need to look at is the processes that we use and our ability to make them simpler and much more clear to small businesses. I think my experience, my past experience, is that when you have too many rules and regulations about the process, that small businesses have a difficult time understanding them. So I think we'll be working with them to improve our processes, to communicate more effectively about what those processes are so that they have the opportunity to do business with us. And we want to entice more business to come to Virginia, too. And that's going to be in the form of women-owned, small, minority-owned businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask a question about kind of a specific area. I don't expect you to know that specific answer, but in general, one of the other jobs that I have is I chair the Board of Visitors for the Virginia School of the Deaf and Blind. Senator Hoshby serves on that with me. Unfortunately, they have a really outdated IT system, and it was caught under VITA. And I don't think a one-size-fits-all works. I actually have a budget amendment in this year to hopefully get some money to change that. And I bring it up because I want to see what your approach would be, because I think in some instances, particularly when we're talking children who are deaf and blind, who are at a resident facility 5 days a week, they need to be able to communicate with their parents, particularly video conferencing, so they can sign. Can you talk about your approach of a one-size-fits-all versus those special situations like the School of the Deaf and Blind? Thank you.
Thank you for asking that. I went to school in Stanton, so I'm familiar with that school. I believe that, and technology is there that can be adapted to multiple types of handicaps or problems that children might have. We need to look into that. There's also technology that can help elderly folks work with technology better. So I do think that that's an important part of our mission, of our obligation. And I wrote it down, so I will definitely pay attention to that. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I look forward to working with you on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hashmi, did you have a question?
Senator Evan asked.
Okay, all right. All right, well, let me just go over a couple of things, because
Okay.
there are a lot of the issues that you've talked about that we've already been dealing with and working on collaboratively, and I think we're really doing some good work. One of the things would deal with sort of one of the questions that Senator Locke asked. Historically, we have had somewhat misleading numbers when you looked at just the aggregation of everything in terms of small minority and women-owned businesses in terms of contracts. And we've actually been fairly successful in moving in the direction of getting higher percentages there. But it's almost exclusively been, up until the last 5 to 10 years, it was almost exclusively on the small business side, not the minority and the women-owned businesses.
Right.
And we've begun to make some real inroads in those areas, and I think there's an opportunity to keep working on that. And we've demonstrated, particularly in some agencies better than others, that when you make an effort to get them in the door in the first place to file the application, they're much more likely to get a contract and then to be able to, get further contracts in the future once they've mastered that. So I think that's something that we need to continue working on, because we really have a lot of opportunities with particularly a lot of the minority and women-owned businesses there.
I agree. And I think part of it is participating in associations.
Right.
The MBE is here. They help minority businesses understand. So knowing where they are and who they are is really important. And there's some terrific technology companies that are owned by minority business owners. So I agree.
Second point, you talked about the data systems, and Senator Evan did ask a question on that. Senator Donovan and I have been working on this issue over the last 4 to 5 years, and have served on the boards that have been set up to be the advisory boards for the data systems. And we got legislation passed in 2018, and when they then made an appointment of a chief data officer, Carlos Rivero, who was a one-man band for a long time, and finally began to get a little bit of staff support. We didn't have to, he was pretty much on his own for a good while. Did phenomenal work in terms of building consensus around having data systems from different entities integrated together so that we could do the real detailed analysis that you want to be able to do.
Right.
And given the prominence of Virginia, and in particular sort of the Northern Virginia area where I'm from, there are data centers everywhere, so we ought to be able to take advantage of what they can produce in some of those areas, and continue to push in that direction. And it makes a big difference in terms of the policy decisions and the information that we have in a lot of situations. And the other thing I would wanted to make sure you understood is that we in the legislature are sometimes a little bit cheap on the cheap side. And so we have we've had a very checkered history of contracts with various computer companies and things like that.
Right.
So sometimes it has worked well, but we've had really, over the last 30 or 40 years, we really had some problems in several of the contracts that we ended up with. And, I'm sure you've read about some of the more recent ones just in the last few years that have, where we haven't gotten the system
Right.
that we thought we were going to be getting.
Right.
And but what we've also had is that often when in terms of the budgets, the governor would submit a budget that would have various computer updates or new systems to be able to replace some things. And we in the legislature have a little bit of a history of saying, well, we don't really have to do that this year. We'll put it off till next year. And we would just find something else rather than that. So you need to be ready to push to get things through when you needed, so we don't end up with a situation like we had with the unemployment conversation, where a lot of what was there was that we had a system. We didn't have much unemployment. We were 2.5%.
Right.
Was the unemployment rate in Virginia, so why did we need to go get a new system? Was sort of the attitude on it and everything. And boy, did it bite us very significantly over the last couple of years on that. So we need to make sure that we have our
Thank you.
technology enabling us to do what we need to do rather than being a hindrance in many areas. So,
I really appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. There's also the cyber risk.
Yes.
I mean, old technology that can't be updated, that can't be patched, has an additional threat, not just customer service, but cyber. So I absolutely agree with you.
yeah. And we did have a cyber event here just a month and a half, 2 months ago.
That too, right.
With the legislative system, somebody had hacked in and was made it a little bit difficult to get our bills printed and everything. So, so we need to stay on top of that, and I'm glad to carry the bill on doing those things. So, because we need to understand that in many instances, some of the hackers, and particularly some that are in effect representing government interests, are looking to interfere with
Exactly.
government computer systems, both at the local level and at the state level here. So we need to make sure we're doing everything we can to deal with that as well. So
Thank you, I will.
certainly. All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If
Thank
nobody
you.
has any other questions. And last but not least, we have Angela Saylor, who has just been nominated the last few days, the last week or so, to her potential position here. So go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, and Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the invitation to come address this distinguished body. My name is Angela Saylor, and I am a mother. I am a resident of Virginia, this great Commonwealth, and I am a proud American. And Governor Glenn Youngkin has asked me to come and lead an effort for all Virginians. Why is this important? We are at a critical place in our history where there is an ongoing diminishing lack of confidence in the American dream. And we have witnessed through COVID and over the past 2 years the tension of people screaming out for belonging. The Office of Diversity, Opportunity, and Inclusion is designed to ensure that the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia can participate in this state in their pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. I am so excited to have been chosen for this appointment. Why am I so excited? Because we are talking about the next 250 years of this nation. And we are talking about presenting the story and the image from our history, the dark places of our history, and the so many awesome moments of our history to the next generation. This office will be committed day in and day out with great intention of working across state government to ensure that the doors of opportunity are open to all Virginians. My grandmother Irene, who I called Ma Irene, told me to get up each day of my life to seek the challenge to make a difference and to live an extraordinary life. Distinguished members of this committee, that is exactly what I will do in this position, and look for all opportunities of collaboration from industry to academia to the faith-based organizations of this great commonwealth, all across spectrums, to make sure that no Virginian has any doubt of their life, their liberty, and their freedom in this great, great commonwealth. Mr. Chairman, I am available to answer questions, to talk more about what the governor would like to do in terms of expanding the great work that was done under Governor Northam and Dr. Underwood. I stand humbly looking for partnership towards growing and expanding, because our possibilities for what this nation will be in the next 250 years, I think, is beyond our wildest imagination if we have a commitment to work together, to love each other, and to ensure that it's about the posterity, about our posterity for generations to come.
All right, thank you. Are there questions? Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Saylor, for your comments, very, very moving comments. I appreciate your dedication to the work of this office. I think it's one of the most critical offices that we have now in our governor's administration. I am concerned that the resources, the materials that were developed under the previous administration, most particularly those resources that focused on One Virginia, which was the overall arching theme of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Those resources are no longer available on our website. There were dashboards, there were critical materials that I know I referred many of our citizens as well as agencies, our institutions of higher education to be looking at and using. Those resources are not available. I was wondering if you could speak to where they are archived and how we might be able to retrieve them to be able to continue to use the work that has been developed over these past several years. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Senator. We are working through the technical issues of that, as we are also working to build in collaboration with those partners. The continued discussion and materials that will continue to be developed. And you are right, that information has to be preserved. It helps to create an incredible amount of metrics and benchmarking so that we can continue to look at our growth along the way. I've had the honor of being in conversation with some of the universities and their programs. I had a conversation today with the diversity equity person at VMI. And I will tell you, I'm really thrilled about the welcome that I have received so far and the commitment that I've made to continue to build on what was done. And we have to continue to do that. And my goal is to leave yet another part of the journey and legacy to be built on. And we don't want to start all over. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, follow-up question?
Certainly.
Thank you. And you made reference to VMI and the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. However, your office has now been renamed to Diversity, Opportunity, and Inclusion. Can you speak to us about why that decision was made to remove the word equity? What was the thought process that went into making that change in the name of your office?
Yes, thank you. Opportunity, when we think about equity, we think about fairness and justice. We think about opportunity. We expand the notion of fairness and justice to access, the timing of information sharing, and looking to take the infrastructure that we have of state government in partnership with the private sector towards ensuring that those access points are well-rounded and available to all the citizens of Virginia. And so as you look at the word opportunity, that is driving the notion of expanding on what had already been laid down.
All right. Are there other questions? Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
And welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I would like to follow up on the question just raised by Senator Hashmi with regard to the name change. And would just like to point out that the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is in the code. And until such time as the law is changed, it is the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And it may just be a matter of semantics, but if you can further explain to me what is the difference between equity and opportunity. And you've used the phrasing of we want to be inclusive of all Virginians more than once. So what is it about equity that is not inclusive of all Virginians?
Thank you, Senator. And again, thank you for your question. I do think that we have been in a war on words. And so as I talk about and respond to your question, the intent is where I hope we can focus. And the intent is to ensure that all Virginians have opportunity to have access to the resources of the state government. And in doing so, this office will work to expand that access to the private sector, to civil society, in working together. We all know that no one arm of our society will be able to serve the underserved of our nation and of the Commonwealth alone, that it takes an interworking of all components and elements of our nation towards that end. And so opportunity is the opportunity, again, to expand our reach and our commitment towards that end.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment.
Certainly, Senator Locke.
I guess I'm baffled, but I would love to work further to clear up my bafflement, because I'm just baffled by the semantics of the difference between equity and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Locke, and I hope that we can make some time to sit down and work together and get to know each other. And I value your wisdom and your leadership, and I am looking forward to a collaboration on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Are there anyone down this end who want to ask a question? All right. Well, thank you very much for coming and for being willing to take this job. It's, I'm sure, a big challenge, but I think it's vitally important that we continue the work that we've been doing over the last several years to move in the right direction there, and to try to get everyone the opportunities and access that they need to be able to excel. And one of the things I can tell you is that there are a lot of people who have similar positions to you in a lot of the local governments in Virginia, and certainly at least in my part of the Commonwealth in Northern Virginia. I'm on the board of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and all the Northern Virginia jurisdictions have moved in this direction to try to help to deal with the diversity that we have. And we have tremendous diversity within Northern Virginia in terms of backgrounds of where people are from, in terms of race, ethnicity, country of origin, immigration status, religion, faith categories, all of those things. And what we need to do is to keep working on moving in the direction we're going now, by and large, that's moving us forward, I think, on those things. And so I look forward to working with you and others on that issue. So, and I do want to thank all three of you for participating, and call me anytime. So I'm available, so I'll be happy to work with you on things. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the entire committee. And I promise you, I will be working like I'm running out of time. So that as I pass the torch.
It's a one-term governor, so you are already running out of
right,
time.
absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you again. And thank you to my constituent, Harold Payan. There you go. Good to see you, too. Thank you. All right. Now we will move on to the bills that we have. First on the list is Senator Marsden.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator McPike.
Sorry, could we do a couple of housekeeping things before to just indicate if it's okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I could take Senate Bill 224 by for the day.
Okay.
And so move.
Yes. The motion and a second to take 224 by for the day. We can do that, I think, as a voice vote. So all in favor of passing by for the day, 224, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, that one's by for the day. Are there any other minor housekeeping things that we should do now? Okay. All right. Our fearless leader here has a long list of bills to dispense with here. So,
Mr. Chair, Senator Favola has asked that Senate Bill 13 be passed by for the day.
All right.
Senator Eben, correct me if I'm wrong, Senate Bill 419. Yes, that's correct. Senator Lucas, Senate Bill 661. Senator Stanley, Senate Bill 712. And Senator Vogel, Senate Bill 324.
All right. Do we have to vote separately on all those, or?
You can do them in the block, sir.
All right.
Move that those bills be passed by for the day.
All right. We have a motion that the bills that have been identified will go by for the day. And we have a second to it. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right. Those bills are by for the day. All right. Is there anything else, housekeeping, before we get to Senator Marsden here? So. Not quite yet, afraid so. All right. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 544, and I would ask if the clerks could report a line amendment.
On line 5, as introduced, in the title, after 4, we're striking barbers and. On line 22, introduced after practice, we will strike barbering or.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, well, all that does is clarify that we're talking about cosmetology licenses and not barbering.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt those two amendments? All right. All right. It's been moved and seconded. We adopt those amendments. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Those are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 544, the other day in the Senate subcommittee in Finance on Economic Development and Natural Resources, we learned that we're still 120,000 jobs short of where we were prior to the pandemic. So we still have some work to do, and there's a lot of information out there as to why people have dropped out of the workforce, and a lot of people looking for new careers and new opportunities and ways to kind of reinvent their lives. And what this bill does is requires DPOR that they require completion of no more than 1,000 hours of training in the field for which an applicant for a license for cosmetology needs for an initial license. This has been done in several other states, and it's an effort to allow people to have the opportunity and the time and the money to get into the cosmetology world. By reducing the number of hours, we will certainly, hopefully, make it less expensive. People can get licensed more quickly and get working. We have a tremendous shortage of workers in this area. I was in Atlanta recently at staying with my son, and went down to a Great Clips with one lady on duty. I happened to get in a good spot. 3 fellows walked in right after me. They said, "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I can't help you." Finally, one of them did come in with an appointment. This is how things are changing. There you go. But we need to make this easier for people to get back to work and to reduce complicated or onerous regulations. The cost is also exorbitant. The average fee to attend one of the schools is $20,000 to $30,000 a year. People retire, go to work with a lot of debt that they have to retire over their career, and this is more expensive in Northern Virginia, Virginia Beach, Hampton, and areas like that. For a part-time working mother or a young man seeking to enter the industry, these requirements are just too much to handle. As such, the industry as a whole is having a very difficult time finding people to come into the industry. Please keep in mind that the purpose of all licensed regulation is to protect the consumer. In this case, there are numerous states that currently have a requirement at 1,000 hours, which includes diverse states such as New York, Texas, California, and Massachusetts. And if nothing else, Mr. Chairman, this bill has brought together California and Texas, and that's to their credit. Critical to discussion, these states show no more or less number of complaints than states with much higher licensure hours. Here today are members of a very broad-based coalition of local and national hair companies and cosmetology professionals to support the bill. I especially want to thank for being here today Hair Cuttery, which is headquartered in Fairfax County with several hundred employees. Our coalition also includes the International Salon Spa Business Network, which represents over 25,000 salons in North America, Intercoiffure, an organization representing thousands of high-end salons, Hair Cuttery, Sports Clips, Great Clips, Ultra Beauty, J.C. Penney Salons, Blue Company Brands, the Professional Beauty Employee Coalition, and many others. Combined, this coalition has more than 300 stores in Virginia and over 6,000 employees. On this committee alone, your committee, there are over 120 stores in your combined districts. We appreciate your support for this good bill, which will help get more Virginians into the industry and help get people back to work. And with that, if I could take any questions, and
all right,
I do have some witnesses.
Are there any questions from any of the members on the committee?
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Bell.
Very easy question. I remember we saw this bill before, and did much change from last time to now?
Hair Cuttery is under new ownership because it went bankrupt, couldn't get enough employees. They were headquartered in Tyson's Corner. They were desperate to find ways of getting people into their industry, but the barriers are have just become too high.
Mr.
But
Chairman,
the bills,
Senator Bell.
Bill's same?
roughly the same, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Anyone else have a question? All right.
If I could have Mr. Albo say a few words.
All right. And then we need to try to limit it to about 5 minutes total for all the supporters. And so most of it will be just identification and support for it. So
Great. Well, I'll be very quick then. Dave Alba, representing the Future Beauty Coalition. It's the salon owners in Virginia with the 300 stores and 6,000 employees. The bill basically reduces the training hours from 1,500 to 1,000 to make it the same as New York, Texas, California, and Massachusetts. And the main reason that all these people behind you are supporting this bill is because 1,500 hours and $20,000 tuition is just too much for someone who wants to be a cosmetologist. And it can be done safely at 1,000, and I'll yield my time to the supporters.
Okay.
Hi, members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kim Schottler, and I love the cosmetology industry. I've been in the industry for over 25 years. Hair is hair. Why can students be trained to do hair in 1,000 hours in New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, Texas, California, but not in Virginia? 1,000-hour program. This is not a new concept. States have been training students in 1,000 hours for decades. So there can't be a debate if 1,000 hours can be done. It is being done. I'm going to share just a few quick, important facts from the AIR report. What is the AIR report? It's an independent research study. And just a few facts. Programs over 1,000 hours don't lead to higher graduation rates. Programs over 1,000 hours don't lead to higher licensure rates. Graduates of programs over 1,000 hours don't earn more in wages. 1,000-hour states receive the same safety and infection control training. Listen, this shouldn't be about what salons want or what schools want. It should be about what students need. And since it's been proven for decades in other states that 1,000 hours is sufficient, why keep students in school longer? I respectfully ask you to vote yes for this bill.
All right. We got about 3 minutes left, so come forward and try to be brief. So,
hello, my name is David James. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, for having me today. I am a licensed instructor, cosmetologist, as well as a certified barber here in the state of Virginia. I've been in the industry for over 14 years. I am truly in favor of limiting the hours to 1,000 hours. As my time as an educator for both private and corporate beauty salon schools, we have learned that once they hit the 1,000-hour mark, there's nothing left in the curriculum that we can teach them. It also gives the students an opportunity to possibly work on mannequin heads, learn a few additional things, but in reality, they're learning nothing more. And a lot of the times that I've noticed is that these schools use it as an opportunity to take advantage of students using unpaid wages and labor, of course, by working on other customers. So I am truly in favor of limiting this to 1,000 hours.
all right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm Amy. I'm a licensed cosmetologist and instructor. Normally, after 1,000 hours, the students will just sit in the clinic and do the same hairstyles over and over. And so that 500 hours is really like a waste of time and more of a financial burden on them, where they could be spending it in an actual store learning and still continuing to go on with their life. Okay.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm excited to be able to talk to you about this needed removal of the barrier for our stylists to be able to get them to work. My name's Dana Kleifkas, operate 500 salons and put to work over thousands and thousands of stylists and over 1,000 in the state of Virginia. And I tell you today, I could put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more to work in the state of Virginia if this barrier was removed. And that we could really allow these stylists to be able to get to work. Many single moms that need to support their family, but yet they're coming with these excessive bills out of school for unnecessary 500 additional hours. I want these stylists to be able to get to work, support their families, and I want to support the state. Let's get them to work. They can pay taxes. And we can do that with your help. I ask you to vote for this bill, to say yes. And I tell you, as a big part of this industry, we need your help. The industry needs your help. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Deborah Sawyer, and I'm a licensed salon owner here in Virginia. I have been followed in my grandmother's footsteps over 15 years ago when I opened my first salon here. I currently employ 68 team members here in Virginia, and I have the opportunity to hire many more. Pre-COVID, I had a couple openings. Now I have countless to the point that I have to close my salons 1, 2, or 3 days a week. Please lower the barrier and let us get more people into work and earning an income. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's have everybody else come forward, introduce yourself, and basically indicate your position on the bill. So.
Hello, my name is Amanda Stack. I am a licensed cosmetologist for the past 16 years, and I am also a licensed cosmetologist in Florida that only requires 1,200 hours. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Davis. I've been a licensed cosmetologist for 30 years, and I support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenna. I'm a licensed cosmetologist for 14 years, and I support this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm a licensed cosmetologist in Virginia and Florida, which only requires 1,200 hours, and I am in favor of this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Cindy Long, and I'm a licensed cosmetologist, and I am in support of this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Lovett, and I am in support of this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janice Lyons, and I've been a licensed cosmetologist for over 30 years, and I do support this bill.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions? Is there anybody to speak in opposition to the bill?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Cassie Schroth with McGuire Woods Consulting on behalf of several cosmetology schools from around the state. Most of my clients are participating virtually, but I would just like to address that the last time we saw this bill, it was at 1,200 hours, and the report referenced by one of the witnesses talked about a lot of things, but that report also says that for accredited schools, there's a positive and significant relationship between the total number of curriculum hours and job placements. We don't support a cap on the bill, and I'll yield my time to those participating virtually. Thank you.
All right. For those who would testify virtually, so.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 individuals wishing to testify virtually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jonathan Mellu, you may unmute and begin your testimony, followed by April Faircloth.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Can you all see me and hear me? Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Jonathan Mellu. I'm a small business owner in Lynchburg, Virginia. My parents also live in Old Town, Alexandria. My testimony today is in opposition of SB 544. I'm not sure how many of you committee members are licensed cosmetologists or have the knowledge to determine the training requirements for this profession. But I do know Virginia Code 54.1-310 delegates the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation, DPOR, to be responsible with setting the training and licensure requirements and regulations overseeing 44 different professions, cosmetology being one of them. With designated boards comprised of industry professionals to aid in this process. Virginia Code 54.1-310 does not place this burden on you, the committee. I ask that you let DPOR do their job. I have worked with them for over 12 years. They're very capable, able, and effective at their jobs. DPOR has designated a subcommittee to address this exact issue, the training requirements for the profession. The board is in the process of adding a hairstylist license that would require around 1,000 hours. This is a perfect example of the board's abilities, capabilities, and effectiveness. This law is not needed, and DPOR can do their job without this law, and in fact will be better served in doing their job without this law. All I ask of you is to preserve and support the task that Virginia's DPOR is responsible for, and that is regulating the professions that need oversight. Again, I oppose this bill, whether it was for 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours, or whether it's supposed for electricians rather than cosmetologists. The reason is because this bill sets a precedent. There are currently no hard ceiling training or educational requirements written in Virginia code. If this bill passes, what does it mean for the 42 other professions regulated by DPOR? Precedent sets a pathway for similar law in the future. Lastly, this bill is a redundancy. It's a prime example of an overregulation. Voting in favor of this bill is a vote for overregulation and overreach. This is contradictory to the governor's executive director number 1, which is to reduce regulatory processes by 25%. What this bill is proposing is to add another law on top of the regulations already established by DPOR, which are based on already existing laws. So we're adding a law to oversee regulation that's based on
Mr. Malul,
thank you very much.
Need you to round up. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Hello, my name is April. Hello, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am a graduate of Aveda Arts and have worked with students in an admissions and student care capacity for 5 years. Our students here in Arlington frequently graduate at 1,500 hours, still feeling like they could use more training. So reducing the hours to 1,000 would be detrimental to preparing them for the industry. Our current students here in Arlington consistently voice gratitude and excitement for the continued training that they're going to get here on campus. From a financial aid side, if we reduce the hours to 1,000, tuition would only be decreased minimally due to fixed expenses. So that would create a significant financial gap for students. For example, the program for 1,000 hours could be around 19,000. A dependent student, which most of our students are, if they were approved for the maximum amount of Pell Grants and the maximum amount of student loans, they still would have a gap of around $7,000, resulting in a $1,000 monthly payment to be expected while they're in school. So from someone who is here in Arlington on campus every day with these students, a decrease in hours here in Virginia would not benefit our students or our industry. So please vote no to the SB 544.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, Catherine Hoover, I guess it is.
Hi, I am a 12-year, I've been licensed for 12 years, excuse me. I worked at one of the well-known chain salons. I lasted about 3 months because it is not a matter of getting people in the salons. It is a retention issue. I only lasted 3 months because I was told to be quiet because I cut hair faster when I don't talk. So this is not a school issue. This is a retention issue for the salons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christina Stocks.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Christina Stocks, and I'm an admissions advisor here at Rudy and Kelly Academy. I just want to let you know that I get the opportunity to meet with all of our prospective students as they're coming in to tour the school. Question that I ask all of them are, what are your plans once you graduate school? I have never in my time in admissions heard any of them say that they are planning to work at a chain salon when they graduate. They all tell me that they are wanting to get into photography or working with photographers, independent salons, or working for themselves. In 2019, 74.5% of our placed graduates worked in small non-chain salons or for themselves. In 2021, that number grew to 85.7%. In fact, we graduated more people in 2021 than in 2019. There is not a workforce shortage. This is a retention issue for chain salons, excuse me. These graduates are present and working in the industry after graduating a 1,500-hour cosmetology program. They are choosing to work in independently owned salons or for themselves and not in chain salons. I also wanted to note that our school is willing to offer a hair-only license that would be significantly less in hours, but that is not available under the law. So we feel that this would be an excellent compromise. Thank you for your time.
All right, Brandy Beck.
Hi, Chairman and Board. My name is Brandy Beck, and I have been a cosmetology educator for 12 years. I have had the opportunity to teach in both New York and Virginia, New York being a 1,000-hour program. One of the biggest difference in the students graduating from New York as opposed to Virginia is a lot of them don't feel confident enough to go into a salon, and a lot of them go on to assist for a year or two after they are done with school just to finish getting their education. A lot of the salon owners in New York won't hire you right out of school. They want you to assist them for a year, 6 months. They continue to teach you what you would learn the remaining in school in Virginia. In New York, a lot of our schooling was focused on state board requirements. We didn't have the time to go into more depth with the different hair types. I thank you for your time.
All right. Could you take a question from Senator Eben?
For the witness who just spoke, if she's still there.
Give me 1 second. I will add her back. Ms. Beck, there are members of the committee that would like to ask you a question if you will unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Beck, I was interested because you said you had experience both in New York and Virginia, I believe, and I was wondering, 1,000 hours seems like a long time to me. I think that's something like 25 weeks of 40 hours a week of training, and I was wondering what more you could learn after 1,000 hours. Is it more like practical experience of cutting the hair, or are you going to learn some new techniques that you wouldn't learn? What's the difference? What's so lacking at 1,000?
So when they say hair is hair, everybody's hair type is different. So when you focus on 1,000-hour program, you're really only getting the basics of this is how you hold your shears, this is how you add color. You can't really go into the chemistry of the hair and the chemicals that you're putting on a client's hair. The chemical we use can cause breakouts. So those students that are in school longer are getting more experience with the different chemical types. They can learn more techniques with hair cutting. If you get out of school and go right into a chain salon, you're literally thrown behind the chair and just cut hair, cut hair, cut hair. But there's none of that, like the safety and requirements for the different chemicals, the different techniques.
Thank you. If I could ask one more question without belaboring, taking too much more time. Ms. Beck, I wanted to ask you, in New York, are there schools that have curriculum beyond 1,000 hours? I mean, they're not precluded from teaching more if people want to have more knowledge. Is that ever happen?
Yeah, so the school I was actually at, I taught at a Paul Mitchell school, and we focus on hair, skin, nails. And makeup. They have completely removed the other programs from their cosmetology programs and added it on as an additional program so that they can get more experience. They also have added on an advanced cutting and color program that the students could come back and learn more, but those students are then paying more and more out of pocket. I do want to note, and I forgot to say this, when I was in New York, I actually had a couple students that went through the 1,000-hour program and they didn't feel like they learned enough, so they re-enrolled. I also had a couple students that went to Votech and came back and re-enrolled in a 1,000-hour cosmetology program so they could get more experience. And I had some other students that then transferred to Virginia and Florida and redid their 1,200 and 1,500-hour programs there because they did not feel confident to go behind the chair with what they learned in the 1,000 hours.
Thank you very much.
I think we have one more speaker.
Hannah Dunway, you may unmute.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, my name is Hannah Dunaway, and I'm currently a cosmetology student at Rudy and Kelly Academy, a Paul Mitchell Partner School. I oppose Senate Bill 544 because limiting my education will limit my options for employment after graduation. I will be better prepared to successfully enter and stay in the workforce with 1,500 hours. Lowering the length of the program will also reduce the amount of Pell Grant and Title IV loan money I am eligible for, which will increase my out-of-pocket costs. Please vote no for the future of Virginia's cosmetology students. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of the patron?
Mr. Chairman, move to report.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to report. Is there further discussion? All right, we will vote.
Ayes 14, no 0, 1 abstention.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bills reported. Senator Spruill, I think.
Adam, all of them questions, you abstain. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Spruill.
Senate Bill 679.
679.
Yes, sir. I'd like the clerk to read the amendments, please.
For Senate Bill 679, the line amendments, line 56 introduced after the stricken the, We'll strike the remainder of line 56, all of lines 57, 58, and 59, and through dividends on line 60. Instead, we will insert face amount of any life insurance policy issued to fund a pre-need funeral contract shall not be decreased over the life of the life insurance policy except for life insurance policies that have lapsed due to the non-payment of premiums or have gone to non-forfeiture option that lowers the face amount as allowed for in the provisions of the policy.
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman, it should be posted online with the bill itself.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 6.
Yes, all right. Senator Spruill, go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 679. This removed the language in code that ties the rate of return of pre-need insurance policy to the Consumer Price Index. Virginia Code 54.1-2820 ties the rate of return on a funeral insurance pre-need policy to the Consumer Price Index, a minimum of 5%, whichever is greater. Current rate of inflation, Mr. Chairman, is 7%. Only 2 states, Virginia and Michigan, ties the rate of return to the CPI. None of the states that borders Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, North Carolina, Tennessee, and West Virginia, ties their pre-need funeral insurance to the CPI. Mr. Chairman, insurance companies who consider withdrawing from our states because of this, and this will cause consumers harmful because they would not be able to afford to buy this insurance at the pre-condition issue. So we hope that you will pass this bill.
All
And if
right.
any questions, Mr. Chairman, I do have papers here to answer those questions.
First, let's take up the amendment which was read to us and which I guess is online now. All right, the amendment is there's a motion to adopt it and second for that. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right, the amendment has been adopted. Are there questions from members of the committee or the patron? Yes, Senator Evan.
Just want to make sure I understand properly because I wasn't reading the amendment in real time. So you buy a pre-need insurance policy for a funeral for like maybe, I don't know if it's $20,000 or what the benefit is that you get it. And then over time, as inflation goes up, your bill is going to have the amount paid go up. Is that what this does?
I just want to answer that question. Mr. Chairman, my policy is made by Kenneth Alexander and Metropolitan. I'm all paid up.
We know that we know Mr. Alexander, so we know that you would be paid up because you wouldn't want to risk this. So,
Mr. Alexander doesn't issue the plan unless he's paid up.
That's right.
First. Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Eben Gregoby from Gentry Locke here on behalf of Homesteaders Insurance. The idea is for people who may not be able to afford in one lump sum to pay for end-of-life expenses, they prepay for that, and the funeral home funds that with an insurance policy, which you can then pay over time. What the amendment language does is just ensures that the face value of that policy won't go down. So that's consumer protection language to make sure that when the consumer acquires that policy, the value will stay the same. It'll fund the policy at the time of purchase, and then consumers can access these services that they couldn't otherwise access.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Reeves.
don't leave. No, I mean, because you're in my realm now.
I appreciate that, sir.
So this is not a variable policy. It's like a whole life policy or universal life, or describe this policy because I've never heard of them. We don't sell them.
It is a policy specifically to fund pre-need insurance. It's a set amount. The Bureau of Insurance regulates what the premiums for those would be. One of the problems with the current Virginia rule, because of the CPI factor, is the insurance company has to set the reserves higher than they would otherwise, which means the premiums to purchase that policy are actually higher. So currently customers in Virginia are paying more for the same policy than people out of state. I'm not sure how to analogize them to whole life or term policies. I'm not the expert on that. I know on these policies, all it's doing is allowing to prepay for those services.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow-up question?
Yes, Senator Reeves.
So is there cash value in the policy as it accrues?
Mr. Chairman, Senators, I actually don't believe you can cash it out, but I don't know that that's true.
Mr. Chairman,
sorry.
another follow-up question.
Yes, Senator Reeves.
Are there dividends in the policy? Because you mentioned that in your changes. So if it's accruing dividends, that means that it's accruing some form of either dividends or cash accessible, and who's that accessible by?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Reeves, that was in the draft, the wrong draft. It's not in the amendment. The amendment's actually taking that language out. What that language said was about capping the payment to not exceeding the dividends in the face value. So that language isn't what's before you. What's before you simply says face value can't go down so long as premiums are paid.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Reeves.
So all the premiums or some of the premiums?
You want to read the language?
The new language?
So the face amount of any life insurance policy issued to fund a pre-need funeral contract shall not be decreased over the life of the life insurance policy, except for the life insurance policies that have lapsed due to the non-payment of premiums.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Reeves, it's just according to the terms of the policy, as long as it hasn't lapsed for non-payment or gone into the non-forfeiture option that's in the policy, then the face value remains the same.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, help me, because wouldn't that be the law of contracts
Yes.
anyway?
Yes.
And why do we need to put that?
So the House bill as filed doesn't have this new language. It just strikes the existing CPI language in the code. There were some folks in the funeral industry who were just unsure if the existing Virginia contract law and insurance regulations were adequate. For what it's worth, I think that language is superfluous, but it made everybody happy, and there's no opposition to the bill because of that language, sort of a belts and suspenders on the consumer protection side, that the law of contracts and the existing insurance regulations still apply to these policies.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator Eben. And then
Sorry for belaboring this. I just want to be absolutely clear what I'm voting on. The currently, under current Virginia law versus if this bill passes, when I buy a pre-need policy for am I buying a $10,000 funeral benefit, or am I buying that they will do my funeral even if costs go up?
So I'll defer to the funeral home folks on exactly the way that works, but this just funds the package they've sold you. Here's the fundamental issue.
Is it a change from existing law? Like, how does it change existing law?
The only thing existing law says is that the policy has to track CPI. And the problem with that is, if you look at what has happened with CPI, these policies have gone upside down. And so all the insurance companies have left Virginia except for one, Homesteaders, who I represent, and they will be leaving Virginia if this bill doesn't pass.
Because inflation is going up?
Because inflation, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
So because inflation has flipped the chart upside down, there's no more delta to be made on these policies.
All right. Anyone else have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Do we have anybody who wants to speak in favor of this?
If you're in the Zoom room and would like to speak in favor of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no one on Zoom.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Adisa Muse, and I'm with Dignity Funeral Service. And two of our largest organizations representing the industry, the Association of Funeral Homes of Virginia and the Funeral Directors Association, are in favor. They're here with us today.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Angie Biesick on behalf of the Virginia Funeral Directors Association, and they are in full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Bo Keeney representing the Association of Independent Funeral Homes of Virginia, and we are also in support.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak in opposition?
If you're in the Zoom room and would like to speak in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no speakers.
No speakers? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. The bill is before us.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported as amended.
Second.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
That's a long pause. All right, we have a motion and a second to report the bill. If there's no further discussion or questions, we'll vote now.
Ayes 13, no 0, 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Rule. Senator D.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So today we're going to talk about the Virginia Procurement Act and purchasing of personal protective equipment. What this bill does is it requires a state agency, whenever purchasing PPE for public use, to purchase such PPE from a Virginia-based company or manufacturer that uses materials made in the United States where practicable, and also ensures that the results of an independent lab testing on the PPE. And to go into this, I think a couple of, a couple of people here were in a subcommittee, or I'm sorry, on a commission that looked at this. We found that Virginia's current law price is technically acceptable. The lowest price technically acceptable procurement system for PPE is kind of inappropriate. What we found is we were getting PPE that did not pass the ASTM standards. The quality and independent laboratory testing protects consumers from fraudulent imported products and are essential to any PPE procured. Virginia has established a goal and through the program Gen Edge to restore critical infrastructure manufacturing such as PPE. 31 other states have taken action to buy American-type products. The biggest concern, though, is the ASTM standards. One of our DoD labs looked at the ASTM standard, which is F2000, 2100 on this for all PPE that looks at the bacterial filtration, the particulate filtration, the fluid resistance, and found that a lot of the masks that were being imported and stamped that they had passed the ASTM standards did not, in fact, pass them. They were fraudulent. This is similar to what happened with Chinese drywall and the standards on that. The concern I have and the reason for this bill is we spent a lot of time spinning up companies locally here in Virginia to produce PPE that passed ASTM standards, and now we're importing from China and other countries products that do not pass the ASTM standards, and we're putting them out there as if they do. So what this does is back to the Buy American bill and make sure that any PPE we purchase, when you put on a mask that says it's an N95 or an N99, that truly it does protect you from 95 or 98% of the particulates that are out there in the environment from both a biological and a chemical standpoint. Happy to answer any questions, and I think we may or may not have some speakers.
All right. Are there any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator DeStef, why do you go at it this way as opposed to making sure that the standards are adhered to? I hate protectionist bills, and this is a protectionist bill. Why can't you approach it a different way? If you know that a company is not qualified, why don't you go at the standards rather than saying you have to buy from a Virginia company?
Well, for two reasons, Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, for two reasons. One, we stood up during the beginning of COVID when we couldn't get PPE, and we told our manufacturers, hey, spin up, change your business model, manufacture the PPE, and we will purchase it from you. And Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, we did that until China came back online and started dumping PPE into Virginia, back into Virginia. So that's part of the reason I'm doing it. And the Virginia-based companies that we said we would procure the PPE from, we've actually not procured stuff from them in over a year. Instead, we're procuring it from China and other manufacturers. And they do not meet the ASTM standards. But when we as a government go out and say, hey, we want you to spin up and produce this for us and from you, and they must meet these standards, and we spin up and we meet those standards, then I would expect you to purchase that from me if it's a fair and reasonable price. I would not expect you to go to China and buy stuff that does not meet the same standards that I had to meet and purchase those things over what you've asked me to do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Senator Mason.
Mr. Chairman, do you put the same standards on the Virginia companies?
Yes, actually, every one of the Virginia companies does meet the ASTM F2100 standard.
Mr. Chairman, they do today, but is it in your legislation that they're required to?
It is.
Okay.
It says that they're required to meet the standards. And if they don't meet the standards, then we don't buy it from them. If it's not available in the state of Virginia, then we try the U.S. If it's not in the U.S., then move forward and get it from somebody else.
So is it on lines 21 and 22 that the standards are to be met? Compliance with all applicable federal and international certifications and requirements for such products.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
Okay, that would provide for the standards being met. All right, are there any other comments or questions? Senator Eben.
We know how many Virginia-based companies there are that make the PPE? I mean, is it a wide industry in Virginia that they can adequately supply the needs of the Commonwealth?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Evans, there's at least 3 companies that I know of. I believe if the Virginia manufacturers are here, they could probably, if Brett Vassey's online or here, I'm sure he could answer that question quickly. I know, but I know there's 3 that truly started up a business, and one of them's producing over 1 million masks a day, even today, warehousing some, and the rest are being delivered under DoD contract.
Okay. Yes, Senator Donovan.
Mr. Chairman and Senator DeStaff, question: how many other states already have this in place?
I believe there's 31 other states that have this in place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right, are there any other questions? All right, is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of the bill?
Mr. Chairman, we have multiple speakers online.
All right.
Mr. Brett Vacy, you will be first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Vassey, President and CEO of the Virginia Manufacturers Association. We represent these PPE manufacturers, but we also don't want you to forget there are probably somewhere around 100 PPE manufacturers of varying types, but also their whole supply chain. So that's everybody who is making the plastics that go into the ventilators, to the companies that are making the nylon that goes into the wrap for the masks. It's the whole supply chain, and that's a much larger impact. I can't add anything that Senator DeStaff has not added. We really appreciate his leadership on this. He's been after this 2 years now. Everything he said is absolutely point on. The only thing I will add to this is that the state with Gen Edge, the state's is an economic development arm of the state, the VMA and Gen Edge through Go Virginia spent a year documenting the critical infrastructure gaps in the Commonwealth. And to Senator Stewart's point, that's the reason this is different, is because what we're first trying to address are supply chain gaps for just critical infrastructure, and we're starting with PPE. PPE is one of 6 that the state has now identified through this report. And the second part that we didn't talk about that's embedded in this bill is empowering the Secretary of Commerce to take a look at what other critical infrastructure preferences in state procurement should be considered so that we're not caught flat again as a Commonwealth where we don't have access to critical infrastructure and we don't have to spin up quite so quickly to meet needs. And so that report has to be due to you September 1st, and we can look very carefully as a Commonwealth if we should consider other products or critical infrastructure. As the senator pointed out, we don't love protectionism either, but 31 states have stepped right past us in providing this, and so we have to do something. But PPE is the start. We encourage you to do this. We thank you very much for your support.
All right. Next is Philomena Desmond Ogug.
Philomena Desmond Oga, please unmute and begin your testimony. Philomena Desmond Oga, please unmute and begin your testimony. Mr. Chairman, there are appears to be a technological issue.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Mason.
So there's a great company in Norfolk that was one of these, did great work for us, and, so I'm sympathetic, and maybe I'm just thick. But I see in paragraph A, buy from a Virginia company, buy from a U.S. company. Check. Go to paragraph B. If you're unable to do that, then you must buy for a company that meets the standards and the requirements. I don't see where that is required, and I know you said they all are, but I don't see where that reverts, where that speaks back to the Virginia, the U.S. company. I mean, it's easy fix. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just, I can't get my mind around reading it there.
More than happy to put it in paragraph 1 as well.
Am I wrong on that?
No, I think you're right on it.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Mason, happy to take that as a friendly amendment, add that in.
All right, you want to make that a motion as in concept as to what the...
Second.
Yeah. All right, it's a motion and a second to adopt in concept an amendment that would make sure that the provisions of meeting the standards are in both paragraphs A and paragraph B. Is there any further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor of adopting this amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right, the amendment is adopted. And we'll
Mr. Chairman.
get it later, but yes, Senator McPike.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other opposition, I'd move to report the bill and appreciate its the patron from carrying it as the Vice Chairman of the Manufacturing Commission. This is a topic we did address over this past year, and I guess I'll amend it if it needs to go to Finance, that we report and re-refer to Finance.
All right, okay. The motion is to report and re-refer to Finance, and there is a second to that. Anything further? Anybody has? All right, we will vote on the board.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have Senator Suderline, then Senator Peterson.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I've got two bills before you today, parole board, FOIA, and death of a broker. Which would you prefer to go first? Well, we'll do death of a broker first.
All right.
Arthur Miller got a Tony for death of a salesman, so I just want this reported. Senate Bill 510 deals with real estate brokerages when someone passes away that runs them. This is an issue that's in larger companies like the one where I work, it's not a big issue, but in smaller brokerages, this is a huge issue. And what Senate Bill 510 does, it's laid out in a few different parts. And the first part requires that the real estate brokers who are the sole proprietors or the only licensed broker in their firm, which is a lot of them, to designate another licensed broker to close out the business in the event the broker dies or becomes unable to continue to serve through disability. And if the designated broker is unable or unwilling to take over the business, Section B in the bill directs the real estate board to appoint a person to fill the options, fill that position from a list of options out of the business. And in the event that none of those other options are available, Section C allows the real estate board to appoint any other licensed broker in the Commonwealth to close out the business. Brokers would designate a successor broker. If they do in Part A what we hope, brokers would designate a successor broker on their initial application for licensure and affirm that choice every time they need to renew their brokerage, which is pretty common, how frequently they have to do it. So something came up. And I think we have a substitute.
All right. Substitute for Senate Bill 510 here.
Move the substitute.
Second. All right. All in favor of adopting the substitute, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right. We have the substitute before us. And what are significant changes in the substitute from the introduced bill?
I think I read to you from the substitute.
Oh, that was from the substitute. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Question for the patron?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Sutherland and I used to serve on the Board of Real Estate. And one of the things that I'm just asking, one, are they endorsing this bill? And secondly, we came from all over the state and didn't necessarily know realtors in different communities. So is there some provision for having somebody make a recommendation or an application or something, or
Yeah.
how would that
So that's
work?
the way the process works. So if you were to go start your real estate brokerage now, when you had your initial application, you would designate who would be the person. So you'd be asked that. And then every time you renew your application, you would be asked if you wanted to continue with that person. And you could change it other times too. But you'd be reminded, this is the person I have. And then if you don't do that, which we're requiring you to do because it's in your client's interest and the industry and the community that's served by its interest that this be done, then there would be the list of folks that we'd go through.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Senator Boysko.
So I think that's my question here is, are you saying that in this bill there would be a list of people that would be presented to the Board of Real Estate? Or is there somebody from the Board of Real Estate here who can speak on behalf of the bill?
Yes, I see her.
Okay. Maybe she could answer my question. Thank you.
Come forward.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Senator Aaron Barton with the Virginia Association of Realtors, not the Real Estate Board, but I think I can probably answer that question. We came up with this bill idea with the Real Estate Board, so they are aware that we're bringing it. They did ask for some more flexibility in being able to work through the process. This unfortunately did come up during the pandemic when the courts were closed, and we did have a broker, and they were not able to appoint somebody through the system because they had to take those steps in order. At the current time, we decided not to have sort of a list or registry of available brokers. We felt like that was going to be burdensome financially for the Real Estate Board and decided not to take that path. So we're hoping that brokers who are sole proprietors or the only broker in their firm can either work with another broker in the local area or work to have one of their agents become a broker, and then this issue wouldn't come up and they could just designate that person. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow on. My concern here is that someone who is in a very small town, and that's what we're talking about really, is replacing a brokerage where there are not people lined up. Sitting on the board are a fairly small group of people, most of whom are in the business, but some are just citizens who live in different parts of the state. I'm just trying to understand how that body is going to know who would live in, say, Tazewell or, Grayson County if there's nobody on that board and they don't have a relationship with anyone in that community.
Sure, yes. Mr. Chairman, Senator. As the Senator explained, so the bill has 3 parts. So part 1, the broker would hopefully already have someone designated. Doesn't have to be from their locality, really just has to be another licensed broker to take over the business. In the event that that designated broker could not or was not able to, no longer available to take over the business, then DPOR comes in with part 2. And they work through all of the steps that were already there. It's just not prescribed that they have to be done in a certain order. So there's family members, executors. I don't remember every single step that they could go through to find someone. Step 3 was just a catch-all. Part 3 was just a catch-all. So in the case of nobody was designated, nobody that DPOR went through the list, that they could find another licensed broker, and they thought that that was a good catch-all for them. It says may, so it doesn't require them to go out and find one, but they could use any other broker that was willing to step up and just close out that business.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Are there any people to speak in favor of the bill?
If you're in the Zoom room and would like to speak in favor of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no speakers in favor.
All right. Is there anyone who's speaking in opposition to the bill? So,
If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak in opposition of the bill, please raise your hand now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right, we got a motion to, yeah. A motion and a second to report the bill as amended. Does it need to go to finance? No, okay. All right. All right, we will vote now, so.
Ayes 15, no zero.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. The second bill, Senate Bill 5, if you'd like me to start with that now,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
So
please
Senate
do.
Bill 5 is identical to legislation that this committee has twice endorsed and that we've twice passed out of the Senate on a very broad bipartisan basis. A majority of both caucuses supported it each time. What it does is it makes parole board votes public. It's that short. It makes the parole board votes public. So currently, if someone is, when we pass a law, everyone knows how we voted on it. And they know who the governor that signed it into law is. If someone is accused of violating that law, everyone gets to know who made the arrest. If they're then prosecuted in our courts, everyone gets to know the name of the prosecutor and the judge that oversaw the case. And if it goes to appeal, everyone gets to know the name of the appellate judge that upheld the conviction. And then if it goes to the parole board and the parole board decides to grant parole, this is the first time in the entire process where it's not clear who's making the decision. And so this bill, which you all have been kind enough to support twice before, simply makes that public, which is the case in pretty much every other major act we do in the Commonwealth.
All right, are there any questions of the patron? All right, is there anyone to speak in favor of this bill?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Megan Ryan with the Coalition for Open Government. So the parole board is generally not subject to FOIA at all. Like information held by grand juries, the public has no rights to under FOIA to ask for and receive records generally. There's nothing prohibiting the parole board from doing this, but they're not required to. In 2017, however, a carve-out was added to make sure that their policies and procedures were posted or available for, not posted, but were made available online through FOIA. And SB 5 is really just the next logical step in this. This isn't a partisan issue. It's not a scandal issue. It's just the basic fact that the parole board is a public body. And like all other public bodies, they routinely should make their vote counts publicly accessible. And I'd like to address one other point in the fiscal impact statement. There's no requirement that the votes be proactively disclosed or that any database be compiled or anything like that. It's just simply they need to be made available upon request. There is just simply no reason why it would take 2 full-time employees, as the fiscal impact statement suggests, just to respond to requests for the vote tallies on a particular incident. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Amy Perrin-Seibert on behalf of the Virginia Press Association, and we support this bill as well. We support it for years, and we think it's important that these votes are public. So we appreciate the support of the committee on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right. Anyone wish to speak in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
Mr. Chairman, quick question.
Yes.
The fiscal impact statement on this, was it the same in previous years or is this higher?
It manages to change every single year despite the bill being identical. And I suspect that it will not cost 2 full-time employees to do this. I mean, I'd be willing to do it for $20. I mean, it's pretty easy.
All right, I thought you were going to say move to report and refer to pseudo-line, but yeah. All right, and
That's right.
All right, this one's, I presume, is requested by Finance, yes, so. All right, so we have a motion to report and re-refer to Finance. And a second on that. If there's no further discussion, we can vote on the board now.
Evan, you are getting really a loud streak. Look at him.
Right.
His green button doesn't work.
Who's got?
Frank.
You slipped out on me. Ayes 14, noes 1.
All right, 14-1, the bill is reported, so.
Thank the committee for their
Thank
time.
you. All right, Senator Peterson.
Okay, this is Senate Bill 693, and as part of my sort of never-ending struggle with common interest communities to try and allow homeowners to be represented and have their rights represented. Freedom, yes. Sort of imagine Mel Gibson at the last, and the Braveheart, the last phrase. Anyways, here's the bottom line. This is a very small bill, and it's very simple, but it was a constituent request, just simply saying that when the records are forwarded to the board after an adverse decision from in front of an HOA, that it includes any video or audio recordings. So in other words, if somebody taped the procedures, because you typically won't have a court reporter there, but if somebody taped the procedures, that would be sent along with the minutes and just be made part of the record. I think this was a dispute as to whether or not that was part of the record before. This amendment will make it clear that it's part of the record. That's it. And I think I should have my constituents maybe are in the Zoom room.
Okay. All right, any questions to the patron? All right, is there anybody to speak in favor of the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak in favor of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker.
All right.
Mr. Robert Sledhouse.
Sledhouse.
You may unmute. Mr. Sledhouse, please unmute and begin your testimony.
The old unmute button. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Urging to vote yes on Senator Chap Peters' bill. SB 693 clarifies that audio and video recordings are considered records and should be included with any final adverse decision provided by a complainant to the Common Interest Community Ombudsman, and amends that statute and details a process through which homeowners living in a common interest community can submit a notice of final adverse decision should they disagree with the ruling by their CIC Board of Directors. The Property Owners Association Act provides for homeowners to record meetings of their Board of Directors, and those recordings may indeed be in electronic format, whether audio, video, or other digital photos. These electronic records may be pertinent to the complainant and ought to be reviewed and considered by the Common Interest Community Ombudsman in the determination process. Currently, the Common Interest Community Ombudsman does not review any submitted audio, video, or electronic photo records when considering a notice of final adverse decision, and refers to the current wording of that statute, which states the notice shall be filed within 30 days of the final adverse decision, shall be in writing on forms prescribed by the board, shall include copies of all records pertinent to the decision, and interprets this as being only able to review records that are in writing. There's no real financial impact to the Office of the Common Interest Community Ombudsman from this amendment. The Office of the Common Interest Community Ombudsman already receives via email electronic copies of notices of final decisions and accompanying records. Some are PDFs, which can be rather large files, so receiving digital, audio, video, or photographs will not place any undue burden on the CICO's office. Homeowners that live in common interest communities rely upon the Ombudsman complaint process and the associated NFAD process to hold their common interest boards accountable whenever there's an alleged violation of the Property Owners Act, the Condo Act, and the CICB and CICO regulations. Therefore, homeowners should be able to provide and have the CICO consider any and all relevant pertinent records that may support their initial complaint. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone to speak in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right.
There you go.
The bill's, yes, Senator
Can I
Wright.
clarify, this does not in any way require these recordings?
No, it's only
just
if there is one.
If there is one.
The homeowner Bill of Rights allows you to, but, I don't know.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
All right, yes, Senator Donovan. Oh, Senator Boysko.
Thank you. So Bob and Jim have been struggling in their community for a really long time. I used to serve them in the House of Delegates as their representative. And I want to thank the patron for carrying this bill. I think it's a great transparency. Sometimes I know that, residents don't feel like they have a voice in some of that. And when you have a difficult board, you don't have many options. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on the board.
Right.
That's 15,
All
no
right,
zero.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Wait. Senator Peterson.
Oh, that's I thought the other one was not today. Do you have another one? I have 210, but I was told it was not today. I mean, I'll do it. Is 210 on your docket? Because I was told it was not today.
I don't know. It's listed here. You can, chap, you can have it pass. We'll pass.
Yeah, the Associated General Contractors would want to speak to that, and I don't see them. Are they here? No. So
All right.
I'm going to ask for a continuance on that one with a missing witness.
All right. Is there a motion to pass the other bill by for the day? So.
He's better off right
Yeah. All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. See you again next week. So.
Thank you.
All right. Senator Peake.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We start with Senate Bill 177.
Right.
And, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I believe I requested an amendment. Has that been published? And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
I can share the line amendment.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, on line 248, introduced after persons, strike the remainder of line 248, all of line 249, and through disability, the word disability, which is stricken on line 250, and insert unless membership in such religion is restricted on account of race, color, national origin, sex, elderliness, familial status, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, or disability. This essentially just removes the stricken language.
But does that insert, doesn't that just put the whole thing back in there?
That is.
I don't want to put the insert back in. I just want to strike 248, 249, and 250.
248, 249 language is stricken in the introduced bill, and the line amendment would unstrike it.
That's not. Yeah, well, I'm not going along with y'all's plans on the housing part. So my intention is to, because 248, 249, had I not added unless membership? Or is that, all right. Judge, yes, okay. There was a concern with the housing of folks, and I don't want to risk having this bill violate the Fair Housing Act. So my intent with the amendments is to bring this in compliance so I don't have any issues with the Fair Housing Act. What?
That's correct. Josh Setzer on behalf of the Family Foundation. The substitute, as I understand it, was just as Senator Peake said, it was to add back in the language of race, ethnicity, and national origin.
Yeah, okay. This is what you had stricken and what, I got it. I understand. All right. Excuse me, but I get easily confused by my own bills. So I am adding that back in.
So what are you adding back in?
We're adding 248, 249, and 250. That language remains so that they cannot discriminate. these religious organizations cannot discriminate in housing based on race, ethnicity.
So you
all
are
those things.
unstriking 248, 249, and 250?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
And that means we don't have any Fair Housing Act concerns with that portion of the bill. Exactly, Senator. We'll address that.
Yeah, all right. Senator Pete, go ahead.
Do we need to move that? Is that done?
Well, okay. Is there a motion to unstrike
Yes.
248, 249, and 250? All right.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no.
Okay.
All right.
And then thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to address Senator Mason's comments. Yes, we do need that ability, and churches need that ability, but it's important to remember what this amendment to Senate Bill 177 does to the Human Rights Act is it protects churches and religious ministries for now two main things. Ensures that they are not treated as public accommodations because that opens them up to extensive liability. And number two, it ensures religious organizations can make employment decisions consistent with their faith and their core beliefs. And so that is what we are attempting to do here. Because all churches, when they provide these charitable services, open themselves up. But under this statute, if they are treated as public accommodations, are subject to lawsuit and liability unlimited. And I have a number of people to speak to that measure.
Okay. So that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mason.
So, Mr. Chairman, so what type of organization, what businesses, what jobs, what are we doing? I see or remember something like this.
These are churches, religious ministries, their employees, and what they do. So it's really about their employees, who they have, and we took out the housing part. So it's really about their employment decisions and who they have with them that they need to follow, be in line with their religious beliefs, so that if they hire someone, it turns out that person does not share their core values, their beliefs. If they terminate that person, they're now not liable. And where's Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I do have people can answer these questions better than I can.
All right, Senator Evan.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Peake, if I understand correctly, when we passed the Virginia Values Act, a religious a church could discriminate if they only hired members of their religion, but that once they chose to hire someone of, say that maybe the groundskeeper or the some other, say the groundskeeper, they hired someone who was maybe of a different faith, that once they did that, the employees that were not preaching, they could no longer discriminate. Is that the state of the old law?
That is the state of the old law.
So you would like them to be able to decide that they could not only limit it to their faith, but they could limit it to their faith, but they could say discriminate on the basis of race or sexual orientation or something else if they wanted to?
I don't believe you can discriminate for race, and that is not the intent, to allow them to discriminate against race.
What about sexual orientation?
Sexual orientation would protect them from lawsuits if there's a church, a religious organization that their belief is they don't believe in same-sex marriage. They hire someone who works for them, and that person then becomes in a same-sex marriage and begins talking about that and believes in that and is at their organization. That does violate their values. They would be able to terminate them under this amendment. So I believe you're correct on that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Maybe it would help me better to understand if council could explain, in the existing law, are they not allowed to limit their hiring to co-religionists, but once they choose to not hire within their faith for some kind of support position, not about preaching the gospel, that once they do that, they have to treat other people equally? Is that how the current law is? Sure. If a religious organization, a church, or perhaps a religious school, once they choose to say, open up the classroom to people of different faiths, maybe a Catholic school or something, that they can no longer say to a student who is maybe has two parents of the same gender, that they could no longer turn away that student. But if they limit it, they can only limit it by religion under the current status. But once they break that line, that's when they have to protect other classes. Is that correct?
I'm really not sure, but I can look into that a little bit more. I will just say, though, that I think that this language has been upheld in another state similar language, but I'm really not sure right now about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Senator Boysko.
Thank you. So I looked up the code, and I think I might have found it where we were talking in 2.2-3904, non-discrimination in places of public accommodations. Under line C, provisions of this section shall not apply to a private club, a place of accommodation owned by or operated by, on behalf of a religious corporation, association, or society that is not, in fact, open to the public, or any other establishment that is not, in fact, open to the public. So I think what we did in the past couple of years was made that provision. If it's not open to the public, then a person would have the ability to make the decisions and not have to comply with our law.
Mr. Chair, that is exactly correct. And so the issue is with these churches and religious places that this amendment affects, they are opening themselves up to the public. They are providing services to the public, whether it's daycare or feeding the homeless or feeding the hungry, clothing the homeless shelters, those type of things. And so if we do not exclude them from that public accommodation requirement, they are subject to lawsuit. And that's the whole point of what we are bringing here.
All right.
Because most, they do go outside of their church or outside of their organization. They are providing services, so we need to protect them.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Evans.
Just to clarify, say it's a daycare. So you would like them to be able to turn away people who maybe have a same-sex marriage, as the children of a same-sex marriage? They would be able to do that if your bill passes?
I don't know if they would be able to turn away the children, but I believe if my bill passed, if they hired someone to teach at that daycare, thinking that that person shared their religious tenets and beliefs, that person then became let's say a same-sex marriage, then they could terminate that person without being sued.
All right. Is there anything further?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes, Senator Bell.
Trying to make sure I understand this. If a church hires, let's say they go out and they hire a contractor to cut their grass, and the contractor comes to cut the grass, and they're wearing an Equality Virginia shirt, for instance, and they believe that they're against same-sex marriage, can they then legally terminate that person or say that contractor can no longer work for them?
I would say that I don't think a shirt would be a justification for them to terminate that person. But I would say if that person came in, started past the lawnmower, started coming out, I support gay marriage, my company supports gay marriage, then this bill would allow them. Of course, actually, that doesn't even apply. They're not an employee. So it doesn't apply. So it has nothing to do with this bill whatsoever, as a matter of fact. Only applies to employees. They can hire and fire independent contractors to do their painting, to wash their roads, to do their yard, whatever. This applies to someone that they hire to work at the church.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I follow?
Yes, Senator Bell.
So to clarify, you're saying anyone would be like a 1099 contractor that would not be applicable. Is that right?
That is my understanding, yes. Because you can hire and fire 1099s that will, for no reason whatsoever, yes.
I thank the gentleman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair? Question
All right,
for the clerk.
Senator Boysko.
Thank you. So are you basically saying that this would end up being like a don't ask, don't tell policy like we used to have in the military? Where like my daughter comes and wants to work for your church, And if she doesn't tell you that she has a female partner, she could be fine. But then if perhaps her partner, who happens to be a female also, comes, then she could be fired even if she's doing a great job and filling all the requirements of the job. That would be okay? Is that what we would be allowing here?
Mr. Chairman, and Senator Boysko, I believe that is the intent of this bill, that these religious organizations, and let's say, yes, let's focus on gay marriage. If they happen to be a religious organization that does not believe in gay marriage, they have an employee that may be the best employee in the world, and for whatever reason, because of their religious beliefs, they say, we don't want that in our daycare, we don't want the children in our daycare exposed to that, we are opposed to that. They would be able to terminate that person, and this bill would mean that they could not be sued for discrimination.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask one more real quick?
Sure, and then I need to talk to you.
Beg your pardon?
Go ahead. Go ahead. With
Oh, is someone else? I'll be quiet.
Well, no, staff, I just had a brief sidebar with staff. I assume what you were talking about was to eliminate, starting on line 220, the rest of the bill, which is the exemptions thing, which would now be moot because we unstruck the language that was there. And then we would have a substitute that if the bill comes out of the committee, and we would have a substitute that would have the rest of the bill in there. And as far as I recall, I don't think there was not been any amendment on anything other than that language on 248, 49, and 50. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Peake, that is correct. By removing the added or removing the strikes in this one code section, we then don't need the code section in the bill because nothing's being changed in it. So we'll be able to remove that code section, but we'll do that through a substitute.
Okay, yes.
All right.
3696.2, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt that substitute.
Okay. All right. Motion and a second to adopt the substitute that has the bill up through line 219 and nothing beyond that. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right. That's what's before us now.
Okay. And we have some speakers.
I just had one quick one, if I can go back to.
Question from
So back in, when you're striking that is not in fact open to the public, you mentioned that, you're concerned about feeding the homeless or clothing people or helping people outside of the organization that could put you at risk. You add preschool down in other places to some of these school services provided. Does that now allow you to open up, or does the current law mean that you can only do preschool for people of your religion or of your church? And by striking that, does that allow you to go out to the public and bring people in that are not of your religion and not of your church?
That's correct. I think now, if they were not open to the public and provided a daycare only to their religious organization, they are not subject to discrimination or anything along those lines under the current bill. If, on the other hand, they decided to open that daycare up to the public, bring in children from other religions, they are now a public accommodation and could be sued for discrimination for who they let in, don't let in, hire to teach or look after the kids.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator
so
Mason.
now that you're striking that, you can open up to the public, bring in children from the community of all religions, all walks of life, and still discriminate or be free to, I should say, be free to follow the beliefs and the religions of your, so you're getting the protection, but now you're opening up your operation to other people. Is that
You're opening it up. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator Mason, you are correct.
Thanks.
And what you said is correct. They would be allowed to discriminate against people that they do not feel follows their religious beliefs. This is, the whole point of it is for their religious beliefs, and it gives them the ability to discriminate against people that conflict with their religious beliefs. I think that is the substance of this bill.
I thank you, John.
All right. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Evans.
I'll try not to comment again. The issue to me is when you have a public accommodation, is it for the public? And there's something called a ministerial exemption that even if you choose to hire people of different religions or different backgrounds, whatever, that aren't members of the church, you're still allowed to discriminate or hold true to your beliefs in anyone who's involved at all in preaching the gospel. But once you start serving in the soup kitchen, people in the community that are not of your religion, you don't turn people away. That's the principle that we have in the current code, is my understanding. And I hope that we won't go backwards.
All right. Any other comments? All right. We will take public testimony now, and we'll do 5 minutes for each side with public testimony here, and then we'll add in what we can in terms of the Zoom time. So, all right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bruce Hunter. I'm the academic dean at Grove Christian School here in Richmond. We have been ministering to Christian children for 44 years, and the key element in our history and our success are the faculty, the staff members, all the employees at the school. They are the living curriculum. We don't just talk about Christ with our children, we live it for them. And it's crucial for us, for our success, to accomplish our mission if we only have employees that hold to our statement of faith and live it. And so I urge you to support this piece of legislation to allow us to continue for another 44 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is J.R. Gurley. I am a staff pastor at a church in Newport News, Virginia, and also the president of the Frederick Douglass Foundation of Virginia. I support SB 177 because this bill is specifically aimed at protecting the rights of the Commonwealth's churches, faith-based organizations, ministries, religious institutions, and communities, ensuring that they're able to carry out their uniquely religious missions as they always have, in a manner that is consistent with the Constitution of the United States and also the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Lisa Moore, and I've served at Faith Christian Academy in Hurt, Virginia for 27 years as an administrator in pre-K through 12 and 10 years prior to that. I'm here today to voice my support for the SB 177 that exempts religious organizations from discriminatory complaints and lawsuits due to the pursuit and support of institutional beliefs. Like our founding fathers, we are simply seeking the freedom to adhere to and follow the moral values as laid out in the Bible. It is the foundation of our moral law and answers the why to the principles which individuals and Christian institutions follow. I feel it is only reasonable to allow religious organizations to seek individuals who are like-minded and in agreement with their own statement of faith for the sake of unity and purpose, and therefore does not discriminate. Following the biblical guidelines, we value and love all individuals since each one is created in the image of God as outlined in Genesis. We believe that when individuals follow the principles laid out in God's Word, that there is order, goodness, flourishing, and stability for individuals, families, and ultimately for society. Therefore, we seek individuals in our school who adhere and desire the same faith principles in marriage, identity, moral guidance, and in unity. At the same time, we desire to honor our government because of the order which God has established. If SB 177 is not passed, it places the Christian school in contradiction to the law of the land and without a way to freely practice our values. Many of these values are not only the values of the followers of the Bible, but good people who have learned basic moral values here in this great country who desire a virtuous society. From the Acton Institute, whose core mission is to promote a free and virtuous society, it states this: more than ever, opportunities should be afforded to families that wish to bring their children up with a moral education in accordance with their beliefs. A system of choice allows parents to choose schools that inject moral and religious themes into their children's education. We are asking that the General Assembly to make clear in law the right of religious institutions to hire like-minded individuals. I would ask that you vote yes and support SB 177 as an amendment to the Virginia Values Act.
All right. You've got about just a little over a minute, so make it brief in terms of the comments.
I'll try to turbo. I'm Dr. Minta Hardman. I am the administrator of Mountain View Christian Academy in Winchester, Virginia. My husband is the senior evangelist at the church that we serve under, and we also have a preschool and daycare. And yes, we are open to anyone, and we want to serve that. So our concern, our leadership's concern in the wording of the Virginia Values Act has been that public accommodation, because we do serve the public. However, our parents, two things I want to capitalize on. Our parents are trusting us. They're making a choice to send their children to an institution that upholds their Judeo-Christian values, that upholds that, and that's what they are desiring, and that's what we're committed to give them. So if I am not allowed to hire faculty that can uphold that, then we're not being able to fulfill our mission of entrusting these parents, entrusting them to us. So our concern is for giving that to the parents that they are desiring, as well as having a faculty that is going to represent a worldview that everyone wants. And I'm sorry, guys, I was trying to turbo. All right, but please, I support the bill, and passionately we are asking that you support the voices of our parents.
Okay, hold on a second. Senator Eben has a question.
I just want to note, right now, under the law, can you not limit your hiring to people who are of your faith?
Right now, under the law, the way I understand it, yes, I can, and it's not of my faith. However, the way that I am reading the Virginia Values Act, it does not protect us if, as Senator Peake admitted or mentioned, if it protects us in the hiring, it doesn't protect us in the lifestyle choices. And so if after we've hired them and they are not adhering to our lifestyle choices, we're going to do everything we can. I'm a supportive, let's work, let's get together, let's do this, you're a role model. But if we were to have to let someone go because they now are violating our statement of faith and our contact, I don't believe, from my understanding of it, that we are protected in that, and that's our concern.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. For the rest of you, come forward now and give us your name and just your position on the bill. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Hashmi.
I'm sorry to interrupt but I just had a question. We have heard from many representatives from Christian organizations. Do we have any other faith communities represented who also would like to articulate the same stance as the previous speakers? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, come forward, so certainly.
My name is Chris Davey. I'm actually a concerned parent about this issue in support of SB 177.
All right.
My son actually attends Mountain View Christian Academy. And, as Youngkin is saying, he's very for parent choice and everything as well. And that's why I was liking to come and address this issue.
All right, thank
as
you.
a parent.
We need to move along. So.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kevin Lewis. I'm the administrator for Calvary Road Christian School in Alexandria, Virginia. I do support SB 177. I'm responsible for leading an organization that brings Christ-like living to our students, and we want to be sure that we can accommodate that, and as it was already said, that we can abide by our statement of faith and have people who will live those tenets in their life and the blueprint in their life. So we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Pastor. Thank you. Pastor Russell Evenson from World Outreach Worship Center, Newport News. We also have a Christian daycare center, which we open our heart to everybody. That's our spirit and that's our heart, and I believe that's what's behind this. Also, I am in support of SB 177.
All right, thank you. Next.
I'm Darren Pittman. I'm also a minister, and not only that, I'm also a concerned parent, and I am in support of SB Bill 177.
All right, thank you.
I'm Reverend Travis Hall, and I'm the pastor and executive director of Faith Recovery. We are a faith-based residential recovery program, and I'm in support of SB 177.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Heather Lockridge. I'm a parent that goes to Mountain View Christian Academy, and I'm in support of SB 177. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm George Trifiatis. I'm Government Affairs with the Association of Christian Schools International. We're the largest Protestant school association. We have over 80 member schools in Virginia, over 17,000 students, and we support the legislation for the reasons expressed.
Thank you.
Chairman, members, I'm Jameson Capola with the American Association of Christian Schools and our affiliate, the Old Dominion Association of Church Schools. And I come to represent the 30 schools and almost 5,000 students in Virginia that ask you to support this bill.
Thank you.
My name is John McCumber, and I'm a 20-year member of Mount Air Baptist Church, and I think we need this bill.
Thank you.
Eddie Aliff, Executive Director, Virginia Assembly of Independent Baptists, representing other Christian schools as well and daycares, and we support this bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeff Caruso, Virginia Catholic Conference, we support the bill.
Thank you. All right.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand now. Mr. Chairman, we have a few speakers. Vic Lamneck, you will speak first. At this time, please only raise your hand if you're wishing to speak in support of this bill. V. Lamneck, please unmute.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is V. Lamnick, and I'm the Executive Director of Equality of Virginia, and we strongly oppose Senate Bill 177. As has been mentioned by members of the committee, existing exemptions in the law are designed to strike a fair balance between religious freedom and the equal treatment of all people. Unfortunately, Senate Bill 177 would create broad religious exemptions that would impact not just LGBTQ people, but also women, people of color, single parents, and people of minority faiths. And we encourage you to oppose this bill.
All right. Is there anyone here who's in opposition to the bill? Oh, there's more coming there. Okay. Let's take the others that are, there are a couple others who are going to speak by Zoom.
Mr. Gregory Baylor, please unmute.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Greg Baylor, and I serve as Senior Counsel at Alliance Defending Freedom. I am a resident of the Commonwealth. Thank you for the opportunity to express Alliance Defending Freedom's support for SB 177. It will add sorely needed protections for the fundamental right of religious liberty and bring the relevant statutes into the mainstream of American law. ADF respectfully urges the committee to support SB 177. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Rick Brown.
Yes, my name is Rick Brown. I serve as the administrator of Roanoke Valley Christian Schools. Our church, our school, our camp strongly supports SB 177. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition?
If you're in opposition to this bill in the Zoom room, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker.
All right.
Ashna Khan, please unmute and begin your testimony.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman and speakers of the committee. The ACLU of Virginia opposes Senate Bill 177 because it creates an overly broad religious exemption in public accommodations, employment, and housing by religious organizations. Freedom of religion is one of our most fundamental rights. That's why it's protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. But that freedom does not give any of us the right to harm other people, to impose our beliefs on others, or to discriminate. Senate Bill 177 seeks to undermine the values and protections enshrined in the Virginia Human Rights Act. In short, religious freedom is not a license to discriminate. It is for these reasons that the ACLU of Virginia is in strong opposition to Senate Bill 177.
All right, thank you. Was there another person to speak in opposition?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Senator Peake.
Mr. Chairman, you have to wrap it up. The purpose, my intent with Senate Bill 177 is to ensure that religious organizations are not treated as public accommodations merely because they're open to the public. This bill allows them to engage in ministerial and charitable activity without making demands that might run contrary to their faith.
All right. All right, the bill is before us.
As amended.
All right, got a motion to report as amended.
Substitute motion.
All right.
Move to PBI.
All right, we have a substitute motion to PBI, and that has been seconded. We will vote first on the substitute motion to pass by indefinitely.
Ayes 8, noes 7.
All right.
So close.
That's right.
So close. All right.
All right, the motion passes. The bill is passed by indefinitely.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have one more, Senate Bill 179.
All right.
This is very similar to same act, the Human Rights Act. This is a little different, I think, and much easier to understand, and I hope the committee will pay attention on a broader view. This bill applies to individuals that you have hired to come into your home in a very personal nature: nannies, babysitters, caretakers, home health aides, personal care aides. So if you've hired somebody to be a nanny or babysitter to your child, or you have a loved one who is ill and requires consistent medical care. And it also moves it from one employee to 3, depending on how many you may need. And this would exempt them from the Human Rights Act for terminating someone who is not in the same faith, same beliefs, the same moral values that they have. And the clearest example I have of this is to say you are an atheist couple. You hire an individual to nanny your child. It turns out that child is a Southern Baptist and comes to your home and preaches daily to your child about Jesus Christ being the Savior. And you, as an atheist parent, don't like that. You terminate that person, you could be sued for discrimination for religious purposes. This bill would prevent that. And I'd answer any questions.
Peake, if you look at lines 17 through 26, babysitters, nannies, caretakers, home health aides, personal care aides are all stricken through. Is that what?
That's my point. If you hire, right now is the way this Human Rights Act bill reads, if you hired a nanny that turned out to be completely against everything that you valued, and you fired that person for being against your values, you could be sued for discrimination. And why I've limited it to nannies and babysitters and healthcare aides in your home, because it is so entirely personal to what you are doing and what you believe in, taking care of your children or a sick loved one. And so if it turns out you hire them and they're preaching to your children or preaching to your sick one who's on the deathbed, and let's say you're Jewish and that person is a Christian, and that Christian is talking to the Jewish person about to die, saying you're not going to heaven if you don't believe Jesus, and you don't want that person talking to your dying loved one, and you fire them because they're a Christian, you could be sued under this bill. This bill would prevent you from being sued.
All right. Are there questions?
Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Peake, I'm just going to repeat my question. In support of this legislation, are there any members of other faith communities outside of Christian faith communities, or any atheists that are here to speak to?
Looks like we got somebody.
We've got an atheist here.
Well, we have somebody here. I don't know. We've got somebody raising their hand to your inquiry.
Thank
so
you.
I'll step aside.
I'm Basit Khan. I'm actually an intern for Senator Ruff. And as a Muslim, I support this bill. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Can you elaborate why you support?
I think Senator Peake clarified as to why, and he gave good examples of it. And me personally, I would feel that if I had somebody in my home, which is an intimate setting, and it is with the privacy of my home, I do feel that it's not in line. If it's somebody's coming into my home and he's not in line with my beliefs, I don't really want him to be around my family members if they are actively preaching something which is not inclined to our views. So I think majority of the people in support of this bill would think the same way, that we don't want government intruding on how we live our lives at home. So therefore, I think I am wholeheartedly support SB 179 as well as SB 177.
All right, thank you. Yes, Senator Eben.
An observation, or maybe a question for council, really. Can you not terminate an individual who engages in activity outside of the scope of their employment? In other words, if you hire someone to babysit and they babysit your child in a way that you don't want, or home care, and they decide to proselytize, is there anything in the code that says you can't fire someone for proselytizing and engaging activities outside of the scope of the employment agreement?
Senator, to your question, I think that that's correct. I don't think that there's anything in code currently that would prohibit you from firing somebody for those specific reasons.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Eben, the whole point, you can fire anybody for any reason you want. The whole problem with this bill is you get sued. And so the purpose of my...
Can I ask the senator about the lawsuits that have occurred right now because of someone, the examples you're giving, proselytizing to an atheist on those kinds of examples? Are any of those resulted in a lawsuit?
Mr. Chair, I would say I think it just went into effect July 1st, so you got a 2-year statute of limitations.
Actually, July 1st, a year prior, I thought.
Sir?
I thought it was a year prior that it's been in effect.
They've not bubbled up into my court cases yet, so I am not aware of them.
Yeah, I think this passed in the 20.
Maybe it was July 1st last year.
Okay, maybe that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Yes, Senator Boysko.
So as I read down here, there are also protections for women who are lactating, but yet they would now be unable to be protected if they were babysitters or caretakers or nannies or personal aides or home health care aides. So I'm just going to use my daughter again because I know my girls. If let's say that one of my daughters had her own child, she was lactating, she was a babysitter or a nanny, she could then be fired also because that's one of the protections that's in the non-discrimination.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Senator Boyd, I am not aware of any religious organization that is opposed to lactating. So I don't think that would be the portion.
But Mr. Chair, that's in the language here. That's one of the things that a person is protected for in this statute. Am I not correct?
Lines 45 and 46.
Lactation is in there. They might be if there's a group out there who really just doesn't like lactating women, and if they didn't want a lactating woman being a nanny or babysitter or caretaker to their dying loved one, then they could fire the lactating woman under this bill. That is correct.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? All right. Does anyone want to speak in favor of this bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in favor of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker electronically.
Okay.
Vic Nichols, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Vic Nichols, just saying I'm in favor of the bill. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in opposition to the bill?
Oh, we have people here. Yes.
Okay.
In person.
Mr. Chairman, Todd Gackey on behalf of the Family Foundation. Just to be clear, we're just trying to make sure that families that hire a babysitter, a nanny, a caretaker for their elderly family member in their home is not subject to some type of complaint or lawsuit for trying to find someone that aligns with their values or has the right temperament or maybe is nurturing in a certain way, that they want to bring someone into their private home that meets those standards. And that's all we're trying to do in this is, for those young families that have young ones that they want to have taken care of while they're not in the home, that they can hire the people that, align with their values or temperament. So we're in support of the bill, and we believe that this is a reasonable fix, and we hope that it'll be the pleasure of the committee to report the bill.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Boysko.
Could we just have reclarification from Senator Ebbins' question of whether or not a family or an individual would already have the right, if they didn't like the way their child was being treated in a setting, that they would have the ability to dismiss them already?
Yes, Senator Boysko, I would just reiterate that I don't see anything in the code that would prohibit you from firing a person for one of those reasons. I think there's a difference between the treatment of employees versus domestic workers, employees, having, more protections. And I think that this bill is striking some of those listed individuals from the definition of domestic workers, but I don't see that changes that much.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may. So
Yes.
the whole point is you could fire them because they're terrible. They might be horrible. They might not show up. But then they can sue you and say, oh, but I was a Christian and they didn't like me, so they fired me because I was a Christian. And then they file suit under this bill and they get attorney's fees. This suit, so you can't make a pretextual claim, which some people do. If you talk to some lawyers around, they'll make stuff up and file suits. So they might claim they were fired for religious or race or ethnic reasons, when in reality they were fired because they were terrible. But this bill would protect them from making those claims.
All right. Yes. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add on to what Senator Peake said. Believe it or not, there are folks out here who make a career out of doing this kind of stuff. And as I read this bill, it applies to all walks of life. It's not just Christian families who want to hire a Christian babysitter. Currently under the law right now, if you were a gay couple and you hired a babysitter and they came in and started preaching to your child that to the child gay is evil or something like that, and you fired that babysitter, you would get sued. But this would equally give protection to a gay couple who wanted to fire someone whom they believed was trying to indoctrinate their child against their beliefs or values. So I hear the argument, but this seems to me to apply very equally to everybody of different values, of different faiths, etc.
All right. Anybody else with any comments? Questions? All right. Is there anybody, I think we had people speaking in favor of the bill. Is there anyone speaking in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have 2 speakers.
All right.
V. Lamneck, you are the first speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is V. Lamneck, and as I mentioned previously, I'm the Executive Director of Equality of Virginia, and we oppose Senate Bill 179 and any attempts to roll back the protections in the Virginia Values Act. Thank you.
Janet Lemon Amando, you are the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Limon Amado with Care in Action, a nonpartisan group dedicated to fighting for the dignity and the fairness of millions of domestic workers in the United States, including 16,000 domestic workers in Virginia. And I just want to share that I am the daughter of a domestic worker. I actually go with my mother to clean houses every once in a while. And I'm 26 years old, and at the end of the day, my back hurts all the time. And seeing my mother getting up every day, to be in the house of people that she likes to clean their homes, I think that this bill will forget, and it's excluding her for the little protections that she already has. Just as her, other domestic workers deserve to be protected from any type of harassment, discrimination, and especially not to be excluded from the Virginia Human Rights Act. And also including myself when I go and clean or do any domestic work in other people's homes. So I hope you oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've covered everything.
All right. All right, the bill is before us. Is there a motion?
Move to report.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, motion and a second to the bill.
Substitute motion.
All right.
Move to PBI.
Second.
All right, and substitute motion to pass by indefinitely. Unless there's any further discussion, we'll proceed to the vote on the board.
Ayes 8, no 7.
Almost again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. All right. Senator Kiggins.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I have Senate Bill 572. We're going to switch it up a little bit and talk about veterans. So a little bit of a breather and a different subject. So Senate Bill 570, and I first of all, I want to thank Secretary Merrick, who's been patiently waiting to speak on behalf of my bill. So a special thank you. But Senate Bill 572 is an administration bill dealing with veterans. It directs the Secretary of Veteran and Defense Affairs and the Secretary of Commerce and Trade with the Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity to study the cost of starting up a business and identifying regulatory barriers for veteran-owned startups. This study will determine the feasibility of waiving fees and other regulations, such as permits for veteran-owned businesses. And then it's going to report back later this year with their findings. This is important. This bill is important because we want to retain talented and highly motivated workforce here in Virginia and encourage economic development and job growth around our Commonwealth. In Virginia, we have 1 out of 10 of our residents here as a veteran. We have over 780,000 veterans in the state of Virginia and over 158,000 military retirees. I just know from personal experience as a veteran, as a spouse of a veteran, the daughter of a veteran, the mother of veterans, I can tell you that when we make that decision after 20 years to get out of the military, we really look at the cost of living, our jobs that we're going to have here. We're competing with places like Florida and Texas that don't have income taxes for veterans or for state taxes. And we need to incentivize our veterans to stay. This is a great group of people with a great work ethic and just a lot to contribute. So this is just one small step. I know the Governor Youngkin has spoke many times about how we can incentivize our veterans to stay in our Commonwealth and participate in our workforce development and start businesses here. So this is just one small step. That's a study that we'd like to do to just see how we can make that step easier for our veteran population. So happy to take any questions. And we also have Secretary Merrick here again to help answer questions as well.
All right, are there questions of the patron? All right. Are there, Secretary Merrick, you want to come on up? And
I'd like to invite her to say a few words as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kiggins. And thank you to all the veterans on this committee and in the room here. I'm the daughter of a veteran, and I'm the sister of a veteran here in Virginia who started multiple successful businesses. So I am delighted to support this bill. In the last 20 years, Virginia has lost 20% of its veterans. And veterans are a treasure to our Commonwealth, and we need to do everything we can to keep them here, to incent them to stay here, and to help them start and grow businesses. And so I want to, as the Senator mentioned, this is a very big priority for our new governor, and it is for me as well. And I want to encourage you to support this bill, SB 572. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Got a question?
May I ask
Oh,
Senator
somebody-
Kiggins a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Senator Kiggins, do you know how our current programs for veterans, Virginia Values Veterans, Virginia Transition Assistance Grants and Programs, do you know if they have any components that are already included in the programs that we have that you're going to include in your study or going to be would be reviewed by your study?
I don't know specifically, but I would assume that all of those programs will be looked at since there are some things in place already that are just transition programs to help veterans. So I would assume that they would look at all of those things. Secretary Merrick, do you know for sure?
Mr. Chairman, are there any specific programs today in those that apply to permitting or small business and diversity? Do you know of any we're doing that we're going to go to school on?
There's many transition programs out there. We have bridge programs, internship programs where we help with veterans leaving that transition period so they can intern the last 6 months of their active duty time before they get out. Without knowing exactly what they'll be studying, I would assume they would look at all of those programs that are already in place. So I don't have a specific yes or no, but do you have any other specific programs that?
That's a very good question, and thank you. Virginia Values Veterans is a very important program
Certainly.
to help businesses qualify and to assist businesses and organizations to recruit veterans. And so they would be a great clearinghouse of information to help us along the way. We do need the study.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Are there other questions?
Mr.
All
Chair,
right. Yes.
I presume it's got to go to finance. I'm not, it's not a negative, I'm just.
No, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a study.
Process-wise, real quick, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that the language is in the budget somewhere. I just recall Section 1 study bills not having favor in the other chamber, which is why I'm trying to make sure you preserve your effort because I think it's a good one, so.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the bill? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Senator Bill.
I agree with what the patron said about how veterans make decisions about evaluating where they might go after a long career, because many veterans don't go back to their place of entry to service. And if whatever we can do to help veterans navigate what I think is often a confusing environment, particularly those who want to start a business, is a good thing. So I applaud you for doing this, and I move to report.
Second.
All right. There's a motion to report. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. We will vote on the board.
Can I go next?
Oh, sorry.
I got voice go next, and then you.
I think that's a no.
Maybe.
Maybe, I think he said no.
The voice go and then you.
That's 15-0.
Do you know how powerful
Thank you
she
very
is,
much.
Parker? Parker, you told her no. I think you said no to Mimi. I'm gonna write this down.
Yeah.
Parker
All right.
said no to Mimi.
Senator Boyce go.
It's 4:52.
Yeah.
Whoa. I think you should. I want to hear you bring that up in
They're trying to
caucus tomorrow.
coordinate between the two.
Does he know the pecking
The
order? Does
staffs
he
for
understand how
the,
powerful
Adam,
you are?
they're trying to coordinate between the staffs here and the judiciary.
I hope it's Friday. I hope it's Friday and 4 rules.
All right, Senator Boyce go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I have a technical amendment for SB 703 to align the bill with its House counterpart.
To align the bill with what?
To align it with its House counterpart. I'm bicameral. Just so we're consistent,
yes.
This is an administration bill.
All right. What's the amendment?
The bill harmonizes, he puts the two together. It simplifies by eliminating some extra language that I have in my bill. It's just very technical. Because this is a technical bill.
Mr. Chairman, it should be online by now.
Seems very technical to me, yeah.
All right, are there line amendments? Is that what it is, or are there?
Yes, and on line 25, after review, strike the word as, and then strike lines 26 and 27.
25.
Mr. Chair, these two amendments should also be available online with the bill on LIS.
Okay, but are there any substantive changes to the bill?
No, sir.
From the amendment? All right, anybody want to make a motion to adopt the non-substantive technical changes? So, all right, we got a motion and a second for that. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This SB 703 would reorganize the Information Technology Advisory Council, or known as ITAC, and enable the future use of the Virginia Technology Infrastructure Fund. I'm carrying this bill at the request of the Virginia IT Agency with support from the governor's administration. Currently, there is not a public body that facilitates input on the state government's IT from the private sector and legislators, and this bill would allow the ITAC to fill that void as a body that has been dormant since 2017. With a streamlined focus and the addition of cybersecurity as subject for ITAC advises, revitalizing this body would ease collaboration between public and private sector on the state's government's most pressing technological needs. This bill would enable the use of the Virginia Technology Infrastructure Fund. The fund was created to reinvest IT savings, but has been underutilized as of now. With this bill, the fund could better direct and have more flexibility to address pertinent IT issues, particularly cybersecurity, and I know we all appreciate that, seeing what happened in December and early January. There is actually no fiscal impact. I don't know if it has been revised since there was an earlier one. I have Josh Hesslinger, who is from VITA here. He is in support of the bill. He can speak to it and answer questions. And I hope it's the pleasure of the body to move it forward.
All right, are there any questions for the patron of the bill? All right, those in favor, come forward. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am Joshua Hesslinger from VITA. VITA and the Governor Youngkin's administration do support this bill, and thanks Senator Boysko for carrying it. I don't have anything to add to what she said about the bill. Regarding the fiscal impact statement, the one that was originally posted was essentially just pointing out that the very small amount of money was in the wrong place. That VITA already has it, and some of it needed to go to the clerk's offices. We've been in touch with them today, and we can handle that with interagency transfer, so there is no need for a budget amendment.
Okay.
And they should be revising that FIS online.
All right.
Thank you.
Next.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Troy Murphy with the Northern Virginia Technology Council, and we're supportive of this legislation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of this legislation, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right, anybody opposed to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and you wish to speak in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second to report as amended. All right, Finance has asked for it, so change your motion. You get to see it again. All right. We have a motion to report as amended and re-refer to Finance. It's been seconded. If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on the board now.
Thank you.
That's 15-0.
All right. Senator Locke.
Well, thank you. It's about time, George.
She has to pay a price because she moved out. Starting time every day to 11 o'clock rather than 11:30.
Yeah, well, you should extract that. That's a good point. 11.
I think I can present that bill for a change if it's okay. So
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's opposed to it.
I don't think anybody would be either. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take SB 152 first.
All right, Senate Bill 152.
And this comes as a recommendation from the Virginia Freedom of Information Advisory Council, and it's adding a definition of an official public government website, meaning any internet site controlled by a public body and used among any other purposes to post required notices and other content pursuant to the specific chapter of the code on behalf of a public body. And if Megan Ryan is still here, I'd like to ask her to come since she led the group that came up with this particular information.
I did?
You did. I'm throwing you on, throwing you under the bus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Megan Ryan with the Virginia Coalition for Open Government. This bill came about because everybody thought for years and years and years that when a public body was required to post notice of their meetings on their website, that meant their website. But there was a fight out in far southwest Virginia, the town of Pound, which if you read the newspapers, you will see they have had one fight after the other after the other. And this was another one of them. It had to do with notice of a meeting. And they didn't post the notice to the website. And they got sued. They went to court. And a judge out there said, well, they don't have to because that statute only means that it has to be posted to a .gov website. So if you are a locality or a state agency that has .com, .org, anything else, it doesn't apply. We all knew that was wrong, and so the FOIA Council met and came up with a definition that will hopefully explain to all who thought otherwise that it means your website. No matter what your website is, a .org or a .com, it's your website. So we hope you will pass this legislation.
Thank you.
All right.
So that is the bill before you.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this bill?
Or opposition first?
Yeah.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no one wishing to speak virtually.
All right. And is there anyone to speak? Go ahead.
Michelle Gowdy from VML. We support the bill for all the reasons that Megan mentioned.
Yeah. Okay.
Phyllis Arica with Virginia Association of Counties. We also support this bill.
All right. Thank you. All right. The bill is before us.
Bill to report.
Second. All right. We have a motion and a second to the report of the bill. If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on the board.
That's 15-0.
All right. That one is reported.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A second bill is Senate Bill 57. And this comes as the request of the City of Newport News. Also, I believe the City of Hampton also had a similar request. State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act restricts the acceptance of gifts by state and local government officers and employees to no more than $100 within any calendar year for himself or a member of his immediate family from a lobbyist principal. If a locality hires a lobbyist to represent them and therefore is a lobbyist principal as defined in the code, does not provide an exception from any of the restrictions, prohibitions, or reporting requirements for gifts that come from an agency to its own officers or employees. A 2020 COA Council opinion stated that this restriction applies to the purchase of tickets and registration fees by the city for city council members to attend city-sponsored events. Although there is an exemption for travel paid for by the city to an event, there is no exception for a ticket to that same event. Many cities sponsor numerous events throughout the year. Fees for these events typically fall at or above the $60 cost range, generally due to the cost of the food or venue for the event. One cannot assume that local elected officials have the personal financial means to purchase tickets to all city-sponsored events. The existing restrictions create a chilling effect on the willingness and ability of local elected officials and employees to fully participate in events presented by their own community or agency. The City of Newport News is requesting that the General Assembly amend the Code of Virginia to exempt payments and gifts made by a unit of government on behalf of its own employees or officers. And that is what Senate Bill 57 is requesting. And I believe Jerry Wilson from the City of Newport News is here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This was actually something that came up in a training that was being done for our council, and someone asked a question about whether or not the restrictions in COYA applied to things like if they go to the State of the City event, which is a city event, and they have a role in that event. And does it apply to, VML conference if they attend, can the city? So we asked for the opinion, or actually I guess it was Hampton asked for the opinion from COYA Council, and they said there was no exemption for these things, even though they're your own governing body. So we asked for an exemption for things so that we can pay for our own council to go to things. We think it's important that they be out in the community as much as possible and participating in things that can, help us to move the community forward. So that's why we support the bill, and we thank Senator Locke for bringing it forward.
All right. Senator.
Oh, support. Phyllis Rico with the Virginia Association of Counties. This problem exists throughout the Commonwealth. I think it was maybe something that wasn't considered and should have been in the original drafting, and we support this bill and urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Yeah, Michelle Gowdy from VML. We support the bill as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Stuart Petter from the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Advisory Council. This proposal actually did come from the council itself. Right after the formal advisory opinion was issued, it was recognized that while that was legally the correct conclusion, this was probably an unintended result. So this actually is a language that was formally endorsed by the council, and this has the council's support. One thing I will mention for this committee to consider and patron to consider, although the council did not take a position on this, it might be perhaps a wise idea to have a second enactment clause where this goes into effect on January 1 of 2023. The reason why is otherwise in the middle of the year, as you know, all of you file the SOEI, it's a calendar year. In the middle of the year, you're going to have a different rule. While that's possible, it does make things a little confusing for throughout the state. Would I go to this event on June 30th? I do report it. Oh, and I went on July 2nd. I don't. To make it easier for everyone, perhaps an idea might be to have this go into effect right at the start of the next reporting cycle, which would be January 1 of 2023. But that's for the committee to decide.
Right.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have 2 speakers.
All right.
Mr. Ed Reed, please please unmute and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, committee members and Senator Locke. Thank you so much for bringing this bill forward on behalf of the city of Hampton. We support the bill for all the reasons that have been stated this afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Kelly Harris-Braxton, you are next.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kelly Harris-Braxton, the Executive Director of Virginia First Cities, a coalition of 16 historic cities in the Commonwealth, and we strongly support Senator Locke's Senate Bill 57. We think that the result, as was just mentioned, was not intended, and I'm glad to hear that that is in fact what happened. So I don't think I will go any further, but just to let you know that we strongly support this bill. Thank you.
All right.
Move the report. Second.
We got a motion and a second to report. Senator Lucas, do you want to? Okay.
I'm Locke, not Lucas.
What's that?
I'm Locke, not Lucas.
Did I say Lucas? I don't know. I was reading it right here. It's just another note, so I guess so. So anyway, do you want to do the delayed enactment?
How
till
would that
January 1?
amendment read, the enactment read?
It would be a second enactment clause. I would say that the provisions of this act won't take effect until, shall be effective January 1st, 2023.
That's fine.
All right. Anyone
Mr.
want to make
Chairman?
that motion? Yes. Yes.
Are you in love with that enactment? Because I'm just concerned.
I'm not in love, no.
I'm concerned that, folks may not know, and it's kind of strange when you have to report that you're going to, your own event of your own council. It seems to me we'd be better off to adopt it sooner rather than later. No offense, Stuart. But if you want it, if you think it's a good amendment, otherwise, I don't see why we need to do that. Anybody feel differently?
All right.
Thank you.
So we don't need it.
All right. If anybody, all right. Right now, what we have is a motion to report the bill. If no one's making a further motion, we will proceed to vote on it on the board.
Ayes 15, no 0.
All right, the motion passes.
Senator Lucas thanks you.
All right. Here's Senator McClellan. Senator Obenstein come in? I thought I saw him. Okay, all right. Senator McClellan.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I have two bills. I'll take what I hope is an easy one. You want to do the hard one first? All right. Well, let me do. I don't think either are hard, but one is very easy. Senate Bill 480 is a code commission bill that, under the Administrative Process Act, will make clear that signed originals of final agency case decisions can be maintained in electronic format and not just in paper.
All right. 480 is the bill. Are there any questions of the patron? All right. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify in favor of the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak in support of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no electronic speakers.
All right, go ahead.
Michelle
Go ahead,
Gaddy from the.
Michelle.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go for it. Yeah. Yes, we support it.
Okay. Anyone opposed? All right. All right, we have a motion and a second to report the bill. For no further discussion, then vote on it on the board.
Ayes 15, no 0.
All right, that is reported.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, I have Senate Bill 491, which would establish the Virginia African Diaspora Advisory Board, which would advise the governor and on ways to improve economic and cultural links between the Commonwealth and African nations. And it focuses mainly on commerce and trade, agriculture, art, and education, and government. We used as our model the other existing advisory boards as far as the composition of non-legislative members and the secretaries of agriculture and forestry, commerce and trade, education, or their designees would be ex officio.
All right. Are there any questions?
I
of the
think there
patron?
might be, I don't know if they're still around, but I think in the Zoom there might have been one or two people who wanted to testify in behalf, or at least say they support it.
All right, is there anyone to speak in favor of the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak in favor of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have a couple speakers.
Okay.
Shinri Yuko, you will be the first speaker. Please unmute and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon to all the committee members. My name is Chinyere Uko. I am a lifelong Commonwealth resident, and I am also the daughter of Nigerian immigrants. I'm currently in Alexandria, Virginia. I'm also a small business owner, and I definitely want to speak in support of this bill. There are currently 115,000 members of the African diaspora who call the Commonwealth home. And if you include members like myself as well as our children, that number increases exponentially. When you look at a lot of the opportunities between the continent of Africa and the Commonwealth of Virginia for shared development and growth and additions to the Virginia economy, I think that there's a lot of interesting and impactful opportunities there. So I would very much stand along our state senator, and I would encourage the committee to greatly consider passing this bill to establish the Virginia African Diaspora Advisory Board so that we can better understand how to engage this population for the Commonwealth's best interest. Thank you.
All right, we got, I think, two others.
Bo Maychow, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Hey, I would like to second what Chinyere Uko said. My name is Bo Machayo. I am the son of two foreign-born African immigrants who've called Virginia home their entire life. I believe that there's an opportunity with the fastest growing foreign-born population and folks, including myself, who have called Virginia home for most of my life. To be able to represent fellow African diaspora communities and to really help existing small businesses in rural and urban and suburban areas to be able to export and to import goods and services within between African countries and our growing small business community in the Commonwealth. That's it for me, and I would strongly support the passage of this bill.
Kingsley Obajai, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Yes, indeed. Good evening, and thank you, Chair and members of this body. My name is Kingsley Obaji. I am a co-founder of a small business based here in Sterling, Virginia. I'm also the president of U.S. Africa Economic Alliance. I'm in support of this bill. The African immigrants and their families are essential to Virginia, whether it is through small business, international trade, or working as professionals in the Commonwealth of Virginia. They contribute immensely to the economic development and growth of Virginia. This bill is a step forward, recognizing the diaspora as an influential, educated, and vibrant community that will continue to help make Virginia the best state to do business. I am totally in support of this bill.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right. All right, we got a motion. Is there a second? Second. All right, motion and a second to report. So, that's right. All right, unless there's any further discussion, we'll vote on the board now.
That's 15, no, 0.
All right, that is reported.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly. We can do it without her here, so don't worry about it. So, yeah.
Chairman, can I move that the last vote that we took, that we reconsider it so that we can send it to finance?
Yes. All in favor of reconsideration? I guess we vote on the board. Oh, we will now reconsider Does anyone want to make a different motion?
I would move that we report and refer to finance.
All right. All right, motion and a second. Let's vote on the board. Do you have Brace?
I vote with Frank.
All right.
As 15, no zero.
He hadn't taken you off, so. All right, that 15-0, so that motion is adopted. All right, next we have Senator Lucas here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Yeah.
I have a very important request this afternoon. Virginians need a codified secretariat level, fully funded staff office in Virginia state government to coordinate existing public-private support services, identify additional and fill gaps in disability services. Secretariat level office would make the residents of Virginia who are people with disabilities, caregivers, and professionals a place to ensure inclusion, equity, and access in Virginia. A secretariat level position would be able to advise the governor and executive branches on areas where improvements are needed prior to events. Ideally, this secretariat office would have experts for all ages and all types of disabilities. The office would allow the PWD to be valued like other constituent groups and provide coordinations, resources, and accountability for compliance with state and federal laws applicable to Virginians. Every bill, policy, action taken by Virginia state workers, i.e. politicians, executive branch employees, has a potential to affect a person with a disability. Yet we do not have an office that speaks for and assists all persons with one or more disabilities, or that speaks for people who do not receive public benefits. All policies, procedures, decisions from Virginia Public Service affect persons with disabilities need qualified persons to ensure the access needs is present throughout. People with disabilities need equity within the services, supports in the Commonwealth, and need equity within services, support, and state agencies. Many persons with disabilities are in underserved and unserved, low socioeconomic areas and disproportionately affected. Equity, inclusion, and understanding will not occur without leadership from the top. Equity should include all persons with disabilities actively working in the executive branch. Without access, there is no inclusion. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I have persons who would like to speak to this measure. I'm sorry, did you have a? I'm sorry, I needed to ask that you all approve the line amendment. Could you please share with them that line amendment?
Yes, Senator.
I was on a roll there for a second.
For Senate Bill 615, line 56, strike the remainder of lines 56 and 57. We're going to insert each state agency shall designate a person to coordinate with the secretary in establishing and monitoring the policies impacting persons with disabilities at such agency.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm sorry. And on line 69, after agencies, strike and local governments.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I move that you would agree to the line amendment.
Where are we striking local governments?
We're striking local government on line 69.
69, okay. All right. All right. Does anyone want to make a motion to adopt those amendments?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second to adopt the amendments proposed. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Those are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you would please indulge me, I'd like for Becky and Colleen to come up and speak to the bill. Becky?
Thank you, Senator Lucas. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Becky Bowers-Lanier with the Virginia chapter of the Association for People Supporting Employment First, or APSE. And we are totally in support of this measure and hope that we'll be able to
raise the level of visibility of the issues around disability among all, visibility for disability among all the state agencies. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Colleen Miller from the Disability Law Center of Virginia. The state's got a lot of different disability programs that it operates, but they're kind of disconnected. We fully support any kind of effort that will bring those voices all to the table together and have a coordinated effort to serve people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you both.
All right, is there anyone to speak in favor of the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in favor of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have a multitude of speakers. Tanya Milling, you will be the first speaker. Please unmute now.
Okay, try to keep it brief if you can. Please. Yes.
Absolutely. Tanya Milling, Executive Director at the ARC of Virginia. I will echo the comments before. I think this is a real opportunity for coordination of services for people with disabilities. So the ARC of Virginia supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Shapiro, please unmute, followed by Dr. Susan Elmore.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Matthew Shapiro, also with Virginia ABSI, and as has been stated, we support the bill and look forward to increased services for people with disabilities in the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Very quickly, I am a person who has both visible and invisible disabilities, and I've worked in healthcare for 50 years. 28 of those were with the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I just recently retired. So I have the position where people with disabilities come to me because I'm a person with a disability with different issues. So just in a synopsis, this would bring together all the things that Senator Lucas said and would help those particularly with onset of disability that are adults that are lost in the disability world, so that have a new onset like a stroke or a TBI in midlife. What do I do? Where do I go? So that would help, as well as help the caregivers that we have that are children caregivers that don't know where to go and don't know where to go in this system. So this also would provide an ADA coordinator for the Commonwealth, which we desperately need. So those are just a few of the reasons of why we need an extra look to support people with disabilities, and I'll be glad to help out in any way I can to support the effort. And I hope you'll vote it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Vic Nichols, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Vic Nichols. Let me give you a couple of examples. At the state level, I was told that bathrooms are not reserved for us, so that if you're handicapped, you would have to go potentially, and has happened, from one end of the building to the other because somebody who was able-bodied decided they liked the bigger bathrooms of the handicapped better. On the local level, I was flat out told that if you want respect, you need to go find it elsewhere because we won't recognize October, which is Handicapped Month. So there is a lot of room for improvement when it comes to both state and local. My concern, one concern is this, is I have sat here and watched and stated that the ability to carry a weapon, a firearm, is removed from us, and we are very much considered cannon fodder. We need to be able to have not just this bill, but other things to make sure that we are protected and not seen as lesser human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you have, we got a motion? Wait. And this has to go to finance.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Donovan.
Does this move other disability agencies
under this secretariat or leave them where they are?
Yeah, it's my understanding that they will all be coordinated under one umbrella. That way, it would be like a one-stop shop.
Somewhere, I read it and it didn't say that, but somewhere there would be a transfer of all the different agencies
That is
across.
correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
All right. The motion is to report and re-refer to finance.
Yes.
There's a second to the motion. I guess we will vote on the board.
Ayes 14, noes 1.
All right. The motion passes 14-1. So it was a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, and I'm sure that the disability community thanks you as well.
Certainly. All right, Senator Eben.
Thank you. This is SB 559. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll describe the substitute, but I'll tell you, this is rare. I actually had an original idea for a bill myself. It came out of a pet peeve over the years. I'll tell you what it is. You know how we all get these great sheets from lobbyists with full of information? This one says vote no on HB 1103. It doesn't say who to contact if there's an error in it or who's producing it or who's making the claims on this. This one says vote no on SB 267, Senator Bell's bill, and it doesn't say who's making the claims or who he could contact if he wanted to clarify something. But then you get other ones, Senator Bell's SB 462. It's signed by the VA-VGT coalition with names and phone numbers the way it ought to be. And I've had instances over the years where people have put erroneously or otherwise mischaracterized legislation and passed it out. So it says that a registered lobbyist with the Secretary of the Commonwealth shall include in any document disseminated by such lobbyist to a member of the General Assembly or agent thereof the lobbyist's name, email address, and phone number, and it has a modest $25 slap on the wrist if you get it wrong. And that's what the bill is, the substitute is. It's just to promote transparency and to let people do follow up and see that those registered lobbyists who make claims, I don't think they intentionally do this. Sometimes they'll staple a card to it, but it happens often enough that I think it should be a practice that's required.
Yes.
Yeah.
Senator Reed.
So stapling a card to the document so you saw it, would that?
That's how I would interpret it. I'd ask counsel, the way it's written, it says shall include in any document. We could say in or attached to, if that would make it more clear, on line 11. So I guess I would move that amendment.
Second.
So
All right.
the words or attached to.
All right.
Keep up.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to add to it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, that motion is adopted.
There may be lobbyists who are opposed to this, so we may have a lot of testimony. No, it just has the name and contact information, basically.
Yeah. Name, email address, and telephone number. All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there is no one wishing to speak in support.
All right. Anyone in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no one wishing to speak.
There's no fiscal impact statement, I don't believe. $25 fine, yeah.
When you do a criminal bill, Mr. Chairman, when you do a criminal bill out of courts, you've got to go to finals.
You could send it to finance if you'd like. I added the 25 in the substitute. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Is there a motion?
I move to report.
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded to report. We will vote on it on the board.
Thank you.
That's 15-0.
All right, that is reported. Senator Mason, you have,
Let's go with Senate Bill 197, please, sir. So this is our favorite condo association, property association groups. I mean, yeah, those, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, we seem to have had some problems when realtors reach out to POAs or condos association and say, I need information, or I on behalf of the buyer or on behalf of the owner of the lot, condo, what have you. So we just say that upon written authorization that tells you the designated representative is, their contact information, license number, and owner signature, that you'll provide the information, and that not only association but a managing agent would turn over a disclosure package or resale certification within 14 days to a designated representative.
all right. Any questions for the patron?
Anybody?
All right, those speaking in favor?
Mr. Chairman, Erin Barton with the Realtors. Just want to thank the patron for working with us on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Nicole Brenner with Reed Smith on behalf of the Virginia Association of Community Managers. So we are the people who would comply with the 14-day deadline, or whoever we contract with, or recognize the real estate brokers. We support the bill.
All right.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers in support.
All right, anybody in opposition to the bill? Speaking in opposition.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right. Okay, everybody made the motion. Is everybody going to second the motion now? So, okay. All right, move to report. The motion's been seconded. We'll vote on the board.
Has 15-0.
Yeah. Ayes 15, no zero. The motion is, the bill's reported.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 575. So last year we had pretty significant discussions about electric vehicles and trying to make sure we prime the market, we get more supply, we get more interest. This bill is designed to have the state come along and start being a participant. First of all, is it a substitute? There's a substitute, right? Beg your pardon? So I'd like to move the substitute.
All right. Been motion is made and seconded to adopt a substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you're following along by line, 14 and 15 says the policy of the Commonwealth to encourage and promote the use of cost-effective vehicles and cost ownership. So that's a point I really want to delve on here. We are trying to drive fleet management to the lowest cost option. And one key part of the substitutes on line 18, we say we're comparing normal, what do we call them here, internal combustion engine vehicles to electronic vehicles, but comparable vehicles. So we're not going to compare a minivan to a Prius. They got to be the comparable vehicle, and we look towards, and I think this is really key on line 25, all costs the agency must incur to add chargers or other fueling facilities to such vehicles. So we're looking at the comprehensive cost to establish a fleet, to set it up, to make sure you can run it, and make sure you can move it forward. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, what we'd use is a cost calculator. They're free. You can find them, and we would ask for guidance as for some good examples. You can find cost calculators that do not cost the fleet managers any money. And they will plug in and say what over the life of the vehicle is going to be a longer term, more cost-effective manner for this fleet. We believe this will drive more electric vehicles out there. We believe it'll save money for governments, and just the maintenance cost alone in the first 3 years is substantially less for electronic vehicles. And if it doesn't pan out, you'll see we even call out light trucks, heavy, medium-duty vehicles. So maybe right now we're not ready in the truck world. Okay, that's fine. But as we become ready, we'd throw them in the cost calculator and see. Emergency vehicles, police are excluded at this point. Likely come a time that they won't be, but they are in this bill. So this is designed as a cost-saving measure and for the Commonwealth to do our part towards the policies that we put in place to drive this marketplace.
All right. Any questions of the patron?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Senator, the fleet that's serving your area probably already has charging stations. If a car is going to have to drive to Southwest Virginia, how are you going to, you're not going to find, or our area, you're not going to find too many charging stations. So how are you going to deal with the issue of, if you try to go to all electric, how are you going to deal with that? Those cars are not going to be able to charge.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ruff, I take your question to be, you mean along the way, how are you going to keep the car running?
Right.
Because I do want to emphasize that in your area, it would take into consideration the cost of setting you up at your location and making sure that that is included in the cost calculator. So you in a rural area would be established as a home base. And I don't know, someone may be able to help me with a cost calculator as to whether or not this is a long trip vehicle. You would plug in, is this going to be held in and around Mecklenburg, or is this going to go from Mecklenburg to D.C. on a regular basis? So that may be included in the cost calculator. Of course, Mecklenburg to D.C., you'd have plenty of stops. And maybe somebody with an electric vehicle can tell me how the more rural areas deal with making the long trip. But I would think that you would take that into consideration of the fleet as you're buying it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to clarify that it does take into consideration that a fleet that's based in Richmond may be the luck of the draw on which vehicle you get from that fleet that particular time.
I will, let's make sure that's included in the cost. Great point, Senator Ruff. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ruff. I'm Lena Lewis with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm familiar with one of these online calculators. I've been using it quite a bit to understand its capabilities for the sake of this legislation. Just want to point out one of the elements of this bill is an ability to ask for an exemption if you are in an area or need a vehicle that simply an electric vehicle wouldn't be practical for that particular use. And if you're in an area where the vehicle needs to drive farther, then its charge can go in an area where there are not chargers. That would be the kind of thing that an exemption would be for. So I think does that answer your question? I think let me also get to the case where you're talking about in Richmond, if there's a vehicle based in Richmond. There are cases where vehicles are used and they typically will go back to their kind of home base, which makes government vehicles, a lot of government vehicles, then good candidates for electric vehicles because they can be charged overnight at their depot. But some government vehicles don't have that kind of pattern, so that would be a case where you would want to apply for that exemption, where they're going farther and farther into territories where there may not be chargers. And also just to point out that the Federal Infrastructure and Jobs Act just gave Virginia, or is going to be giving Virginia, about $106 million for public charging stations. So that will help a lot with making those even more accessible to all parts of Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just concerned that if we make this the primary goal is to use the electric vehicles, that we maintain enough vehicles that can go out to the areas that don't have it until there are stations available.
And Mr. Chairman, I did not hear her say there that's a part of the cost calculator, but she did point out properly, line 36, that it authorizes other exemptions. And so I would think there, long-haul trips until we're ready, until we're at the $106 million investment and the investment we're putting on top of it, that you'd make sure you had some that was powered by gas.
All right.
Thank you for the
Any
question.
further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator Mason, if I read your bill correctly, you really are going after a pure economic analysis in comparing these vehicles before they're being purchased.
Mr. Chairman,
Is that the
Senator
in-
Stewart, that's the gig.
That's the
It's
intent.
not really a focus on electric vehicles as much as it is which costs less to operate over the period of time you're going to operate it.
Thank you.
All right, anyone from the public wish to speak in favor of the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in favor of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have no virtual speakers.
Mr. Chairman, Ann Gambardella with the Virginia Auto Dealers Association. Our members are poised to sell these electric vehicles and are very excited about the future in the auto industry, but we do think this is an important commitment the state can make to ensure that the electric vehicle market is stimulated as much as possible to reach our clean car goals that kick in 2025. So we are in full support of this bill, and I've also been asked to say that the Conservatives for Clean Energy also support the legislation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Harry Godfrey, Virginia Advanced Energy Economy. We too support the legislation. Our industry employs over 93,000 folks throughout the state, including 5,000 folks in the advanced transportation sector. So that's a wide variety of folks working to develop these vehicles, manufacturing them, and likewise install and maintain the infrastructure that Senator Ruff and others were inquiring about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear that I don't want that last statement, the lady before the last gentleman, to imply that conservatives support anything but clean stuff.
Clean, cost-efficient, low-cost
Efficient.
stuff, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Do we have anyone on Zoom to speak or not?
If you wish to speak in opposition to the bill and you are in the Zoom room, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
All right. Anyone from the audience wish to speak in opposition? All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is, I think, a great bill. There's some other advantages also that, typically government facilities also get lower kilowatt rate if you are considering EV in the calculations. Overnight charging also has advantage for peak shedding and peak loading of the facility rates. There's a lot of different components that go into the calculator factor, which I think is a great tool to make sure we have a full picture when doing the analysis. And with that, I'd like to report the bill.
Second.
All right. Motion to, is this one requested by finance? Okay, all right, good. All right, motion to report has been made and seconded. We'll vote on the board.
That's 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
All right. Senator Ruff, you got bills?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 734 was at the request of Prince George County because of the action that we took and the floor took on Senator McPike's 225, I believe. This bill is not necessary, and so I would ask that that bill be stricken.
734, okay. Is a motion to strike? Is there a motion to strike the bill? All right. All right, 734, motion is to strike the bill. It's been seconded. We'll vote on that motion now.
That's 15-0.
All right, next.
Mr. Chairman, the next bill is Senate Bill 735, and this bill is the bill that deals with the position that was created in the Northern administration to deal with diversity and inclusion. Governor Youngkin has wholeheartedly agrees with the Commonwealth should be as positive as possible as we look forward to a brighter future for all Virginians. Virginians of all races and creeds. He wants all Virginians to look for greater opportunity in Virginia. Therefore, the goal of this legislation is to focus on building opportunity. This bill addresses that. It inserts opportunity in place of equity throughout the section, each section of 2.2. Mr. Chairman, that is the bill.
All right. Are there questions of the patron?
No doubt.
Senator Locke.
Senator Ruff, I have several questions with regard to this. And as I asked Ms. Saylor earlier, it just may be a matter of semantics. I do not understand. I am completely, totally baffled by the change from equity to opportunity. I mean, I don't get that. That's one thing. But my questions have to do with on line 19, the language is stricken that says to address systemic inequities in state government practices. And it includes language that says increase opportunities for all Virginians. I guess my question would be, is not addressing systemic inequities in state government practices increasing opportunities for all Virginians?
Mr. Chairman, I would respond that it may be semantics, but I think when you talk about opportunity, you're thinking and you focus on the future and a brighter future. And so that's what I think we all should be focused on, is the brighter future, not trying to balance the books today.
That doesn't answer my question.
Well, that's my answer.
Okay, then it doesn't answer my question. And it's about more than just inserting the word opportunity. There's inclusion of language that says on line 27 that this is new information. It says that this person will now become an ambassador for unborn children. I get what it means, but why is that now necessary for this position?
I don't know that it's necessary, but I believe that it is an issue that a number of us believe is important, the unborn child.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Locke.
Is that necessary for the position of Director of Diversity, and for me is Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, to be the duties of this position?
Mr. Chairman, this is the language that the administration gave me. I think that they want to focus this position on where we are going in the future, and that includes unborn children.
Mr. Chairman, another
Yes,
question.
Senator Locke.
On lines 28 through 30, there's additional language that has been added that says that this person will now coordinate with the Secretary of Education to ensure the history of the United States is taught in Virginia honestly, objectively, and completely, and to respond to the rights of parents in educational and curricular decisions making and perform any other just in curricular decision making. Is that a reference to critical race theory?
It is what it says. To deals with all of our history, good, bad, and indifferent.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Locke.
Help me understand what is meant by teaching honestly, objectively, and completely. What does that mean?
It means teaching the history that began when the nation first had roots and up until today. Yesterday, I guess, for history.
I remain baffled, Mr. Chairman, but I'm done.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Ruff. I'm curious about lines 26, 25, 26, where we're focused on higher education, and the statement is viewpoint diversity in higher education. I was wondering if you could elaborate what that means. What does viewpoint diversity represent in terms of our colleges and universities?
I'm not sure exactly what their goal was there, but I think that as we move forward, we all know that we have to look at how things have been dealt with in the past, how they're being looked at now, so that we do deal with a more diverse population than we had 100 years ago.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up. So my question, I think, is does that impact hiring decisions for colleges and universities? Would the new position, this new officer, be playing a role in terms of the hiring decisions for higher education?
That may or may not. I cannot answer that question.
All right. Is there anyone to speak and wishes to support this bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker, Ms. Vic Nichols.
All right.
Ms. Nichols, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Yes, I am absolutely in favor of this bill. I could probably tell you that, yes, when they talk the good and the bad about history, that includes racism. That includes the way human beings were treated in the 1800s. And it's very honest. I've seen on my own investigation, a lot of it is extremely heart-rendering, but that's going to be taught too. So, if that's the big issue, yes, things are going to be taught. When it comes to viewpoints, there are colleges that do require now, before you are hired, they have a specific, and it's basically a political viewpoint that they ask you to stick to. That needs to go by. Just as much as it would be as if you had a religious criteria to be in a position. For those reasons, I support that bill. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and you wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker.
All right.
Kendra Sutton L., please unmute and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kendra Suttonell. I'm the Executive Director of Birth and Color RVA. We specifically work with people of color when it comes to maternal mortality rates and reproductive justice. I am one of 12 organizational members of the Virginia Reproductive Equity Alliance, and today I'm speaking on behalf of opposition to SB 735 and share our deep concern about the proposed renaming of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to the Office of Diversity, Opportunity, and Inclusion. We also vehemently oppose the inclusion of ambassador for unborn children in the job description. Our coalition is working towards building a Virginia where every person has access to safe, high-quality reproductive care, and every community has resources and support to start and grow their families regardless of income, identity, or immigration status. And what we do know is the true meaning of equity and why it was called diversity, equity, and inclusion. I grew up in the Northern Neck, a royal community, and nothing about it was opportunity. Even when it comes to critical race theory, Black history is 1 month. So you mean to tell me that that's what we're going to talk about for 1 month, and we're going to talk about racism? Racism have never been taught in schools, particularly about anything that has happened to us, other than saying that we were enslaved. If we're going to talk about history from when we started, let's go way back to when half of us wasn't enslaved, if that's what we're going to do. And when we're talking about equity and opportunity, not everyone is afforded the same opportunity. So what are we really talking about with this administration trying to change the name and the actual goal? Focusing on equity is focusing on the future of everyone else. So I am strongly opposition and opposing this bill.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience to speak in opposition? All right. Do you have anything further you wish to say, Senator Ruff?
I think everything's been said. Everybody knows how they're going to vote.
Yeah. All right. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Anyone want to make a motion? All right. A motion to report and a second.
Substitute motion.
All right.
Move to pass by indefinitely.
All right. The substitute motion will get voted on first. So we will vote to pass by indefinitely.
Ayes 8, no 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. You got a bill? Okay. Senator McPike. And then we'll have Senator Stewart handling Senator Obenshain's bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. It's Senate Bill 214.
All right, 214 is before us.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is the electronic meetings bill that's been, we've had some parts of that we have carried, obviously, through special session, through the pandemic that's been, we've been working with. This final, more permanent sets up a structure of optionality for public bodies to meet electronically if they adopt rules before trying to do so. There's also limitations in terms of if there are all virtual meetings, in terms of setting a limit of 2 meetings or no greater than 25% of the meetings, whichever greater. Provides a framework of the rules of access to make sure that meetings are recorded, they're available to the public. The public's available to participate in any of those contexts, the recording of those meetings, and it's a result of a long stakeholder process of many different parties to ensure that we get the right balance of allowing some of the flexibility that I think we all experienced during the last 2 years, but also the right provisions to make sure that open and transparent government still thrives in Virginia. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the bill.
All right, are there questions for the patron?
Is this the nearly unanimous recommendation of the FOIA Council?
It is, yeah.
All right.
Yes, yes.
There. So what are the significant changes from what we had prior to this before?
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, I think the provision in relation to the backstop of the May in terms of the outs for the public meetings. So, in other words, if you adopt it, there's now limitations on if the number of meetings that the public body can do, which is either 2 or 25%, which is greater in terms of the number, in terms of rounding errors. Limitations in terms of distance of travel, in terms of there's sort of 2 different means of addressing it. There's also sort of a distance rule, so it creates a number of different options for the public body to create a framework for rules. And if they're adopted, then they got to follow the rules within that section. And I think that's been sort of the compromise that's been worked through.
All right, Senator Stewart.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to my friend, and I do consider Senator McPike a friend and a good legislator, this did come through the FOIA Council, and I may have been the only person to vote against it. I can't remember. But this is what some of us were afraid of. We already have existing policy that allows public bodies to meet remotely a little bit when they need to. And there are exemptions if you have an illness or if we have a state of emergency, et cetera, et cetera. But now we're going to put this in the code where you can pretty much do it anytime you want and not even require a quorum to meet in person. And that to me is just a really bad idea. I know that the folks from the press and maybe even Megan supported this, and they worked really hard to get some backstops in this. But I'm not sure we should support it because of that, because I think it is really important that we get folks into the room, and so the outside folks, if they want to join virtually, I see no problem with that, listening to what's going on. But there's no real way to understand what's happening when we're meeting virtually. You know, that's why the Senate met in the Science Museum when the House stayed at home and met virtually. And people could see what we were doing and hear our discussions. I also think it's really important for us as a body or a committee to interact with each other and listen to what each other has to say and learn from each other. There have been many times when I have listened to another legislator because I was sitting next to them and looking them in the eye that they changed my mind. And that's happened more than once while I've been in this Senate. And I don't think it would have happened otherwise if we had been remote. And so doing these policies while we had to because of COVID, we certainly needed to. And I believe that there should be some limited exceptions for public bodies to meet because of illness. I think right now we can do it up to 25% of the meetings, somewhere along there, which really is sufficient. But what really bothers me about this, and I've represented a county over the years as a client, and I've been in the Senate for quite some time now. The one distinct thing I've seen and learned from the public is that when we do stuff out of their view, they quickly become distrustful of us. When they can see what we're doing in a room, they are much more trusting of us. They may not like what we're doing, but at least they trust the process. And I think it's really important that citizens trust their government. And that's more than you wanted to hear from me on this, and I apologize to my friend. I really don't like this bill, and I hope we take a step back and think about this before you make this into law.
Mr. Chairman?
Certainly.
I just want to agree with my seatmate here in committee that he did said quite a bit more than I had bargained for. But I think it's a testament that he likes me so much that he wants to see me sitting next to him. But to his point, actually, that's the choice of the Senate. And what this does is provide a cadence that the public body can adopt what is right for them. And I think I absolutely agree with the gentleman from Northern Neck that I think it was absolutely right for us to meet in person, to have that sort of dialogue. There's also, I think, different boards and commissions that may have the opportunity to have a different viewpoint about whether there's someone coming from Southwest Virginia or the Eastern Shore to do a meeting. If they're meeting, they still have the requirements that are in lines, as you see, 406 to 407. There's a minimum. You still have to be in person. But upon the adoption of that public body's option, it gives us dynamic. And I think to the point of transparency, I think it's even more so that you actually have people that are now guaranteed access to participate in those. And that doesn't happen. Prior to this context, this didn't happen. We actually have more engagement and public trust because we can have people coming to meetings and participating. For my area in Prince William, it's also about commute times and traffic and whether someone's stuck at work. They can actually participate in their local government. They can actually do things that they did not have an opportunity to before. So we're actually starting to engage in communities that probably didn't have an opportunity to step up and participate due to the limitations. And so I think this is, a really strong concept that we need to continue and not go back on and explore those ways we can draw more opinions to inform our policy, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly understand the concerns that Senator Stewart has expressed. I think there's a great benefit for us to convene in person and to engage the public in person, and I know that we certainly don't want to give that up. But as you've expressed, Senator, there are some guidelines that are built into this particular bill, and the concern, Senator, that you raised about at least 25, that it be limited to no more than 2 meetings that are held remotely, or 25%. I think those are good limitations that are provided in the bill, and that
That's currently in the law. The bill would change that.
I read it as embedded here too, and I'm sorry I don't have my lines open. But it says the public body does not convene in all virtual public meetings more than 2 times per calendar year, or 25%, and that individual members cannot miss more than 2 meetings or participate in meetings virtually except twice. And so I think those safety guidelines are valuable and necessary, but also gives the flexibility that we need. And we have the technology to offer new and engaging access points for public to participate. I think that's important. Even Captain Kirk engaged in Zoom meetings back in the 1950s, 1960s, and so I think if Captain Kirk led the way, we can go forward as well.
Mr. Chairman, I did not have that on my 2022 bucket list of bingo for Captain Kirk to come up in a bill. So thank you, Senator Hashmi.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one quick one?
Senator Mason.
So I see no more than 2 a year virtually, no more than 2 a year as a person, or 25%. And starting in 357, temporary disability, your seatmate's got a rockin' song going, member of the family member, but the 60-mile exclusion is that, then it says or, right? So medical situation, and if you do a 60-mile, your 2 is done.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll double check with.
All right, is there any other discussion or questions, comments? All right, does anyone want to make a motion? All right, there's a motion and a second to report. There's no further discussion. We will vote on the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Wait a second, what's that?
as much as I'd love to vote, I did see several people in the room getting up wanting to speak.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry.
They've been waiting for hours. I know they want to.
I'm sorry, I was asleep.
I'm sorry, sorry to slow down the speeding train. This is Megan Ryan with the Virginia Coalition for Open Government. And Senator Stewart, I couldn't agree with you more. I am 100% in agreement that personal is better. It is something that we have said forever and ever. Things go on in meetings that you just can't replicate online. When the pandemic hit, one of our things was we always wanted things in person, and especially because there was no video. But then when the pandemic hit, not only did we start using video more, almost all the time, but the technological know-how that had kept a lot of public bodies from using these technologies increased. So they had the learning curve, they all rose up, and so it's become much more easy for them to do it, much more cost efficient for them to do it, and we have that video component. What also happened with the pandemic is that when the emergency order got lifted, we started hearing people who were having a hard time engaging with a lot of state agencies who did not understand the laws. They were telling people from far southwest Virginia or from Roanoke that they could not participate electronically, that the rules did not allow them to comment from their homes in Roanoke. That was never the case. But we were getting all these bad things coming from multiple directions, and we knew that we had to head it off at the pass, and so that's why these groups, the Press Association, the Association of Counties, Virginia Municipal League, we all got together and we said, okay, where can we give? And for me, it was giving that, okay, I'm now going to allow, I'll be willing to go for some of these all virtual meetings, but I'm not willing to go as far as some of these other entities want us to go. So we wanted to basically head this off at the pass and get something in place that we could all kind of live with. So I ask you to support the bill.
Mr. Chair, Phyllis Rico from VACO. This was an effort from a group of people that come at this from many different angles. And I will say that this is a consensus that I think takes into account a lot of different interests and viewpoints. A couple of things I just would highlight. One, it's a choice, and I can tell you that some of our localities will never choose to adopt a policy to allow this. They don't. That's not the way they like to do business, and they simply will make the choice to always meet in person, while others might make the choice to pass that policy and take advantage of these few numbers of electronic meetings. Also, this bill there were so many different rules for different, for localities, for state, for regional bodies, and this bill makes the rules the same for everybody. It makes it easier for people to understand what's available and what's not, and we urge you to pass this bill. And speaking for VML as well, they agree with these remarks so that we can save you some time. Thank you.
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in favor of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have a couple people raising their hands.
All right.
Sherry Neal, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Sherry Neal, City of Newport News, Intergovernmental Affairs Manager. We do support this bill, and we thank Senator McKay for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Alan Gernhardt, please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Alan Gernhardt, the Executive Director of the FOIA Council and also an attorney with Legislative Services. The FOIA Council did vote to support this bill, and I just wanted to make myself available for any technical questions the committee may have. Thank you.
All right. All right, are there anybody else that wants to speak in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no electronic speakers.
All right, we have a motion to report. Is there a second? All right, motion and a second to report. All right, we will vote on the board, so.
Ayes 10, noes 5.
All right, Senator Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is SB 550, and briefly, this legislation is really just meant to ensure payments to subcontractors for work that they do when they are contractor work for general contractors. I will tell you that Virginia companies, we don't have a problem there. The relationships, looking at stakeholders, talking to them, is very good. Virginia companies pay their subs. We've got some folks from outside of Virginia that we've had a problem with paying their subcontractors, and that's where this legislation really comes from. Increasingly, general contractors are including paid if paid language in contracts. And here's the real issue with that when they work with a sub, they're doing this, is that if the subcontractor does something directed by the general contractor and then the owner who hired the work doesn't approve that, then the sub doesn't get paid. even though they were directed by the general contractor. And for many subcontractors, small businesses, this could be very detrimental to them. Non-payment really means they can't pay their employees, or they may have to borrow money to do it if they're waiting for payment. And it's difficult to cash flow money for these payments, and often supplies are also utilized in there. We're seeing these clauses appearing more and more in contracts, and the ironic part is some of the companies that are not from Virginia in their home states, they have this clause that requires them to pay their subs, but they're coming to Virginia and not paying the subs that are Virginia companies. This legislation is based on a North Carolina statute that actually has been in place since the 1980s. And I know we have several subs here today, subcontractors who've experienced this problem and like to talk in support of the bill. I think we have a substitute, though, and I should have moved that at the very beginning. So,
all right, we got a motion to adopt a substitute and a second on that. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right, the substitute is before us.
And I will say the substitute and the changes were, as a result, trying to work with as many stakeholders as we could to make this as agreeable as we could. But the bottom line is we just want to make sure our subcontractors are paid for the work that they perform. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said, I know we have some subcontractors and small businesses here to speak to the legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Reeves.
Hey, Senator Bell, I don't know if this attaches because it's a government contract, but typically a subcontractor can put out a lien. Can they not do that in the government?
They can, Mr. Chairman, they could put out a mechanic's lien. The problem is there's still a great delay on the amount of time that they would get paid, which doesn't help with payroll issues. And talking with some of the subcontractors, which I think will tell you about this, often they end up getting only 20 cents on the dollar. So it's a huge loss to them. And again, it's really hurting the companies for not getting paid dollar for dollar in a timely manner what they need. Because if they had a mechanic's lien, it could mean they wait sometimes up to 2 years to get paid. If that's the case, or when a property were to transfer, if that's the case, they would have to cash flow it, borrow the money, or do something else, when in fact, they should be paid for the work in a timely manner.
All right, are there any other questions? All right, anybody want to speak in favor of the bill? So.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Rob Bohannon here, representing the Richmond Area Municipal Contractors Association. Want to thank Senator Bell for filing this bill. You're going to hear from subcontractors who will talk about sort of the practical implications of what goes on in the field. I know this committee and this body likes peace in the valley. We had some discussions with our colleagues at AGC last year. Several meetings weren't able to sort of come to a conclusion as to anything that would really help move the needle forward and ensure payment. So we looked to our neighbors in North Carolina, their statute. And as Senator Bell mentioned, the real problem we understand is the out-of-state contractors are the biggest concern we see. Our members say, by and large, the AGC members are great. They have a great long-standing relationship. They make sure the system works when there's these issues come up, and usually it does work, but there are times where it doesn't. I also should point out a lot of our members are general contractors on projects, so this would apply to them too, and they are okay with that because they think that pushing the risk downstream just isn't an appropriate way to do business. But I'll let you hear from the experts.
All right, thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lou Bryan. I'm with J.E. Leesfeld Contractor in Goochland, Virginia. We believe the general contractor community is using this pay if paid provision to push all the financial risk downstream they possibly can. We understand there are financial risks associated with our industry, but under the current conditions, the subcontractors in Virginia are bearing an inordinate amount of that risk. The general contractor, the only party with whom we are, as subcontractors, have a contractual relationship, is excused from payment if they themselves are not paid. At the same time, our suppliers and lower-tier subcontractors all have to be paid. The subcontractor has no avenue to pursue the general contractor for payment because the pay-if-paid language prevents them from being liable for breach of contract. The only method the subcontractor has to collect is through the exercise of our lien rights, a process that generally takes months or years, and even if we're successful, the owner is satisfying the lien, not the general contractor. And speaking from under experience, we are currently, my company, in a 2 years long lien collection process on a project where we're owed over $1 million. The general contractor is the only entity on a project that contracts directly with the owner. As such, they are privy to all the necessary information to make an assessment of the financial strength and creditworthiness of their client. If problems arise on a job at the owner level, we believe it is unfair for the general contractor to extricate themselves from their financial obligation to their subcontractors. We feel that if we deliver our work according to plan and free from defect, we are entitled to payment. We are not asking for an absolute guarantee to payment, but we are asking to be rightfully paid for work properly conducted. Thank you very much.
Yes, Senator Stewart.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, why do you enter into a contract that has that language in it to start with?
Because every contract I've seen in the last 5 years has that language. It's become almost universal. It is industry standard now for generals to include it. It is our first attempt to negotiate out at every contract, and it is the first refusal we get when we enter into contract negotiations. Everyone uses it, so we don't have the option to pick and choose for whom we work because everyone uses the same language now.
So you're saying you can't get any contracts unless you agree to that, so it becomes a contract of adhesion of sorts?
Right. In the last 5 years, every negotiation I've entered, I have been successful 0% of the time in having it removed. Thank you.
All right, next.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Chad Gill. I own Concrete. We're a concrete grinding and polishing company. And I would mirror what they're saying. A lot of this stuff, it just seems like it would be natural. The pure reason behind a contract is for you to tell me what you would like for me to do and me to do it, and then you to pay me for it. It's been everything from the way that I was raised to the college I went to that we stand behind the word of what we do. We would love to not take a contract like this. I teach contract negotiation for the Subcontractors Association. We reference this all the time. I built my own software in order to document jobs so that we could get paid for things. But on my way here, I got an email about $11,000 I probably cannot collect now. We had an area where a general contractor gave us a written change order. This is almost always about change orders. So their job is to manage a job, to talk to an owner, decide what they want, and direct us to do what we need to do. We end up with clauses. If you want to look at these contracts, I'm happy to supply you with some. But these things have non-contact agreements. I cannot talk to or approach the owner of the building. Or there's an architect, there's an owner, there's a construction manager, and there's a general contractor. And if you want to talk like Senator Locke is talking about with the small and the minorities, these people, me, are taking it harder than anybody else. Because as this passes down, you have to keep in mind, we will work for 30 days on a job. For my company, that's normally the whole job. I will then finance that whole job. I will pay everything out that I do. On the 25th of the month, I will bill for that job. And then we are expecting a net 45 to be our fastest return. So I'm 2.5 months into the dollars that I have spent before I am going to possibly get paid. And then anything along the way can be a situation where we would not collect. Just because they approved it, wrote it down, told us to do it, we go and we do it satisfactorily, and then to find out later we're not going to be able to do it. I know you guys are here late and you're probably loving it too, but imagine if all of a sudden you found out you weren't going to get paid for tonight unless all these bills passed. That's a condition that nobody wants to suddenly have. I know you're all, and I know you're all in it for the money. Yeah, absolutely. But it's something that gets thrown on us all the time. But it is universal. It cannot be negotiated away. And this is one of the times, as much as I dislike government overreach, where it's something that has to be made a level playing field that we can do.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a quick question?
Yes, Senator
So your
Mason.
$11,000 example, if you filed a mechanics lien, what's your estimate as far as how long it would be before you'd be satisfied?
I mean, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it would be 2 years. And then, the only people making money that 2 years is the attorneys.
How much it would cost you to file it and pursue it?
Probably going to be it'd be greater than the 11,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, we're in the middle of this, and this happens, the smaller you are, the more it happens to you because they know that you can't bear the burden. I mean, I'm in a situation right now, we're waiting 2.5 years on $24,000 from an RV dealership. That's one of the highest profit margin things that happened in COVID. They clearly have the money to pay it. I polish concrete. The money is being held because sod died. Now, I've destroyed some sod, I'll admit it. But I didn't destroy this sod, and I don't do anything with concrete. But my understanding is until they can plant the sod, get it to come back green, and everybody's happy about it, we can't get our money. And I don't have anything to do with that situation.
All right, next.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Phil Abraham representing the Old Dominion Highway Contractors Association. We had a very robust conversation among our members yesterday because, like Mr. Bohannon mentioned, many of our members are both general contractors and subcontractors. And our members felt very strongly that there were much more risk for the subcontractors, many more problems than this bill would create for them as contractors. So we strongly support this bill. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evan Rogers. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Tuning and Wilmer and the Atlantic Coast chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association, and to ask for your support for SB 550. Lately, almost all of our contracts include pay-if-paid contract language. Non-payment for any reason by the owner would prevent a subcontractor from payment. Typically, where this presents a problem for subcontractors is we are often directed to perform change order work prior to receiving a formal change order from a general contractor. We are typically bound by contract to proceed with this change order work, even without the formal change order in hand. Depending on the scope of the change, this could be hundreds of thousands of dollars of cost. If pay-if-paid language is included in our contract, then the condition precedent is that we would only be paid for this additional work if the general contractor is paid for the work. Please consider that the overwhelming majority of the cost of this change order work is immediately incurred by the subcontractor. We must pay our employees and vendors for the labor and material to complete the added scope immediately. The full cost burden and risk of owner non-payment once the work is completed is on the subcontractor to wait for a change order to be issued in order to recoup the cost for the work. I ask that you consider supporting this legislation, which will financially protect the specialty subcontractors of Virginia from owner non-payments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody on the Zoom that wants to speak?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in support of the bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, we have one speaker, Ike Casey.
All right.
Ike Casey, please unmute and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the American Subcontractors Association of Metro Washington, as well as the Alliance for Construction Excellence, which includes thousands of subcontractors from electrical to painting to roofing, as well as their employees. And we totally support the comments that have been made and thank Mr. Gill and the others for their participation in this process. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the bill?
If you are in the Zoom room and wish to speak in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand electronically now.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Matt Benka. I've been given authority only recently today by the Virginia Association of Roofing Professionals and the National Roofing Contractors Association to oppose this bill. I think the problem here is much more complicated than is being suggested. And not all the groups involved were involved in the conversations that happened before session, and we would like to have a bigger group discussion on how this could potentially be solved. The Virginia Contractor Procurement Alliance, the group that I do represent, is the mid-sized contractors, general contractors statewide, and we do oppose this bill. And I have our president with us, Jack Dyer, who's going to talk a little bit more about the details.
Okay.
As Matt said, I'm president of the Virginia Contractors Procurement Alliance. I'm also owner of Gulf Seaboard out of Ashland, Virginia. I am a general contractor. The people that just came up basically said Virginia contractors do what they're supposed to do. We do. The general contractors I represent, we don't have these issues. They mentioned basically it come from North Carolina, other states. Maybe you need to address that. In respect to this bill, on lines 15 through 16, the contractor to be individually liable for the entire amount owed to any contractor. Well, I'll remind you, per section 2.2 4337, and this bill is basically a bill associated with public bodies and local government. Most of the instances I think you probably heard of weren't on local body or local government issues. Because one of the things that makes it that way is basically per section 2.2 4337, every general contractor on any project, public project over $500,000 has to provide a 100% payment performance bond. And that bond basically guarantees that subcontractors, anybody that supplies materials and labor to the project, they get paid. As long as there's no issue with their work, they complete it per the contract documents, they get paid. And they're paid by the general contractor. And if the general contractor doesn't pay it, doesn't take care of it, the bonding company takes care of it. And as far as individually liable, as an owner of Gulf Seaboard, as a debitor on a bond, what's left of my skin, you can have it after the bonding company's done with me. So you get paid. The other part of this this bill basically is under the present payment clause under 2.2 4354. Take out the first paragraph that you're adding in here that basically wants to make a term condition precedent unenforceable. You go down to the new paragraph 2. It says a payment clause that obligates, and this is on line 20, a payment clause that obligates the contractor to take one of the following two actions within 7 days. Within 7 days after receipt of amounts paid to the contractor by the state agency or local government for work performed by the subcontractor under that contract. That in itself is setting a condition precedent, and that's in the code. As it stands right now, and as this bill is written right now, it'll be in the code. The payment clause, basically it goes on to say that on 2A, on line 23, it says pay the subcontractor for the proportionate share of the total payment received from the agency attributable to the work performed by the subcontractor under that contract. So you have already the law that basically the mechanism as far as on state public body work and local government work, you already have the mechanism. You already have how subcontractors or anybody's, subcontractors mainly, they are to be paid. So you don't even need paragraph 1. It even goes down further and it tells you if you don't, and it basically includes in the requirement that interest, you're supposed to be paid interest if you don't get paid when you're supposed to get paid. That's already incorporated in the statute. As far as condition precedent that you have on line 16 through 19 provision, condition precedent, that's a contract term used throughout agreements for many different conditions that a subcontractor in direct privy with the contractor under their own accord, has an option to accept or not to accept when negotiating and executing the contract directly with the contractor. Bottom line is nothing's forcing that sub to sign a contract that has a term or a provision that's unacceptable to them. That's what the whole part of negotiating between a contractor and subcontractor is. They come to terms, sign a contract, they go on about their business. They get the work done. They get paid, everything's happy.
This body
Yes.
or the government.
Senator McPike.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure where the continued testimony is going. There's a couple of things that you had me up until the last statement, but there are a couple important points that I think the gentleman has made tonight that the committee should be aware of. Clearly, our code, or VPPA, already has a Prompt Payment Act, which also incurs, I think, 1.5% interest if the locality doesn't pay within 30. There's other provisions in protection. I think the real issue that the subcontractors have spoken to, which I'm interested in exploring, one of which is the timeliness of change order execution, and the second which is typically in contracts, the real conflict comes up in project closeout and retainage, where there's punch list pending and how that gets addressed. Those seem to be the two different things that get hung up and draws down to contractors. Not necessarily, this is dealing with a broader section of bill versus, I think, very specific actions, because we already have protection provisions under the Prompt Payment Act and other bond provisions that are in our code that are required. How do you resolve those two things? Because that's what I sense is what is really causing the conflict and consternation, as well as significant delays on payments, which do exist. They do happen. So can you speak to two things on the change orders in solving and fixing the issue, and or the sequence of retainage when you have one sub, let's say it's a landscaping sub, but you're not closing out, you're not getting final payment because you get 10% on retainage on a big project, so it's a lot of money, and your other subs who are complete with their work, they're not getting paid. How do you resolve those issues?
Well, the problem with that is basically, and we do a huge amount of public work. We don't do a huge amount of private work. Public work, public bodies, they have a set way that contracts get done, the work gets done. Change orders, with change orders, you have two ways to get a change order done. And that is either through a proposal, they tell you what they want, you get a proposal, and they agree upon it. If you can't come to an agreement, it's a mechanism that you have in your contracts, and that is construction change directive. You execute those construction change directives, and basically it becomes a time and material, in essence. And it's closely monitored. It's monitored by the owner during that process. We have a specific provision in our contract, and most everybody does, or they're flat out crazy if they don't. And that is basically, we do not do change order work without signatures. We either get the signature from the owner and we proceed, we get a CCD from the owner and we proceed, and we tell the sub to proceed from there. That sub has a written authorization from us. That's a binding authorization. It's a change order. And sometimes there's not amounts in there because basically with a CCD you don't have amounts. The owner sets basically what they have a budget in there for it, or in the time or whatever, and you work toward that. You come back and do the change order at a later date. I really don't know of many projects that I've had as far as public funded projects, public body projects, that it isn't worked out. Most of these issues that they are having on their side of it is on the private side. That's with private owners. And honestly, private owners are a different animal to deal with as far as doing construction work. And again, this is a subcontractor, general contractor relationship. That subcontractor has the ability to not only know who they're dealing with as far as the general contractor, they also have the ability to find out what financial capabilities the owner does have. And they can demand that. They can demand that from the general contractor. And if they don't, that's on their accord. If they're not doing their due diligence before they sign a contract, which is a legal document, that's on them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator McPike.
Do you have any suggestions on resolution to this outside of sort of ongoing testimony? Because we've got to move on. Either you have suggestions about how to fix the subs issue to help educate this committee. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, don't mean to cut off your purview, but I just don't see where the rest of this testimony is going to Senator Bell. But
The way you've done it on the public body side is basically you have a 100% payment performance bond. That forces the general contractor to basically work with whoever to get the work done. On the private side, maybe that's a stipulation you can put in there as far as owners.
This is public procurement.
Yeah, this is
This is
public.
2.2.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying this is how it's resolved on the public side. On the private side, again, you're looking at, it's supposed to be grown-ups here. Let's sit down and put together a contract. They take on risk. Every day I open up my doors, I take on risk. And so do subcontractors. And I regret being up here because some of the subcontractors that just came up here, they are subcontractors. They are good people. They are people that I've dealt with for 40 years. But this is not the right way to deal with this. It is not the right way. Government should not step into the relationship between a subcontractor and a general contractor in doing their business and doing their work. That is between them.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, Jack,
Yeah.
how does this harm the general contractor?
Well, what it does is good subcontractors, they're not an issue. But just as these people right here have basically had some bad apples that they've dealt with, general contractors, developers, we will deal with some bad subcontractors. This pay when paid, I don't look at it as pay if paid. We look at it as pay when paid. That's what the condition precedent is. To us, when we get paid exactly what this code says, what this code right now says, when I get paid within 7 days of my payment from the owner, public body, they get paid. Same proportion. Sometimes you've got to have leverage on
Mr.
getting
Chairman,
your
I
work
think
done.
Senator Bell was trying to address something.
Excuse me. Unfortunately, the lines that you were quoting earlier were not from the substitute. That was from the original. But I just want to let you know that some of those issues that you were bringing up were resolved in the substitute. I don't know if you have any extra copies of the substitute you give the gentleman. Okay, that might be helpful. And I think this gentleman also wants to speak.
Yeah, why don't you come forward and speak briefly here?
Brandon Robinson with the Associated General Contractors. We represent both general contractors and subcontractors. I'm standing up here today to oppose this bill as written. As one of the first speakers noted, we have tried to have some conversations and negotiate this and figure out a path forward, a compromise forward. We've had a few meetings. We have not gotten to a path. We have talked about thing on mechanics lien. Someone mentioned that earlier. Looking at owners, transparency to the owner. I think that was mentioned earlier. So I think there are ways to get at this problem, but I don't think the bill that you've got here before you today is that solution. Ostensibly, it is the nuclear option. We want to come back. We want to keep talking. We want to have an open conversation with the subcontractors, with the general contractors. We want to bring you something back that preserves the freedom to contract, that protects the GCs and protects the subs. Mr. Chairman, Senator Ruff asked a question earlier, how does this harm the general contractor? If you were to pass this and there were a pay if paid provision in statute, the way it would work is if a general contractor, if a sub said to the general, well, you owe me for this, and the owner went away, the owner went bankrupt or ran out of financing. Well, now the general contractor is on the hook for the entirety of the project. Absolute entirety of the project. Not just that subcontractor, but every single other subcontractor. So for many of our smaller general contractors, they cannot float that amount of money, and there are no owner's bonds that they can get to cover them in that situation. So I said I'd be brief. We ask you to oppose this, and we'd love to come back and bring something that all of these people would stand up and say we support. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bill, you want to pass it by for the day and work on it a little more? Or?
Mr. Chairman, if passing it by will help us, but I'll be honest, no disrespect to you, his clients just told him they had a problem with it today. We thought we met with everybody, and that's why we did the substitute. So we didn't ignore anybody. We just didn't know that they had a problem until just now. I want to make this point real clear. What we're talking about is getting Virginia companies paid. And the national groups that are opposing this, their members work in other states like North Carolina where they're already subject to these conditions. And they're living by it there. And the world has not stopped turning for them. But they're coming here and they're not paying our subs that are Virginia companies. The Virginia companies that are here, they have long relationships. They're paying their subs. It's just the general contractors come from other states. And this is just a matter of fairness to make sure that these folks do get paid. And unfortunately, I think in the realm of construction and projects, things are in a sequence of events. It's hard to say, I'm going to stop until I get this authorization. And if people are forcing them to only take these terms or no terms, that's where we're at. I'm giving you a confusing answer because I'm not sure waiting a week we're going to get where we need to go, to be honest with you. But I think we've met with everybody. We've tried to do what we can. I don't think the mechanics lien gets us where we want to go. And given that this has lived with other places, I'd rather vote it now. I move to report.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the substitute, even though that hadn't been seconded. I think that we all, good people here, we ought to try to give them another week to get this specific and find common ground. So I would move that we carry it by for the day.
Pass it by for the day. All right. Is there a second?
I'll keep working.
Yeah. You're still working, brother. All right.
I'm getting overtime now.
All right. We have a motion and a second to pass it by for the day. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. All right. We've taken care of that. We're going to do Morris's next week, I think. Senator.
Need a motion on that? Are we done?
No. Senator Stewart, you want to deal with? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be really quick. Senator Hashmi has a bill as well. Senate Bill 128, which actually is Senator Obenshain's bill, but he was stuck in court, so I offered to try to do it. As I understand this bill, it simply allows co-ops to qualify under the small business definition, which at some point in time was the case, and then for some reason it got convoluted, and we're just trying to bring it back to where the standing originally was. Also understand that this bill, as drafted today, passed the Senate 39-1 last year, and it met with difficulty in the lower body for some unknown reason. So I'll try and answer any questions. Kyle Shreve is here too, might be able to.
All right, Kyle, you want to go forward?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kyle Shreve on behalf of the Virginia Agribusiness Council. Senator Stewart is correct. Due to the corporation law that was passed a very long time ago, cooperatives are allowed to form in either a stock corporation or non-stock corporation. Stock corporations are included in the SWAM program, non-stock or not. Just due to an oversight, we are just making a technical correction. They have to fit every other qualification of that small business definition, including number of employees, everything else. It is just a technical correction to make sure they can participate the same way other cooperatives and businesses can.
Can I move to report what we passed last year, if this is identical?
I try to make it easy, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion to, it's been seconded to report. Yeah. And, all right, well, we will vote on the board here on this one, so. Adam.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Thank the committee, the patron, and Senator Stewart for standing in. Thank you, sir.
Kyle, just tell Senator Obenshain that he needs to have Senator Stewart on all his bills.
I will relay that message, and I'll get legislative services to transfer all of his bills over to Senator Stewart. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for standing in the way of our recess. But this is SB 200, and it is FOIA protections for tenants, and these are very specific tenants that we are seeking FOIA protections for. So if you'll indulge me, just want to give a little bit of background history. You may recall that last session in 2021, SB 1396 was a piece of legislation that we passed, and it was the On-Site Sewage Indemnification Fund. And that particular bill established the Wastewater Infrastructure Policy Work Group, and it was designed, the indemnification fund was designed to help our low-income communities that have failing septic systems to be able to replace those septic systems. And it is an effort to make sure that we don't have colossal environmental failures, as we may possibly see with our coastal communities flooding and other communities flooding as well. So the Wastewater Infrastructure Group, that work group has been meeting and has been working, but in the process of their conversations, they discussed a concern that some of the tenants who live in these residential areas with failing septic systems are tenants, and they may fear reprisal if they report the issue of their failing septic systems and get the grant money that's necessary to replace those systems. So there's fear of reprisal, such as eviction or increased rent or other kinds of harassment. And so this bill simply inserts an exclusionary clause in the section 2.2-3705, and it just protects the identity of those tenants who report septic failure from FOIA requests submitted to the VDH. It excludes the identity of septic failure reporters, and hopefully that will encourage our tenants to step forward and to report situations that do pose health hazards. And so that is the scope of the bill that is coming from a recommendation from the new wastewater infrastructure work group that has been meeting on this particular issue of refurbishing our failing sewage systems.
All right, so the substance really is lines 111 through 116, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that appears to encompass all that. That would be. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Quick question.
Certainly. Senator Stewart.
Go through the FOIA council, because I don't remember.
No, it did not.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Evans.
Is it merely shielding the identities of those who've made the complaint?
That's what it's doing, just the tenants who are making complaints for those
Would the
sewage.
press, if they wanted to FOIA, be able to see that their complaint was made? They just couldn't see the name of the complainant, like a whistleblower shield?
Exactly, that's what it is. It replicates the whistleblower shield.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak either in favor of or opposed to this one? So.
If you're in the Zoom room and you wish to speak in regards to this bill, please raise your hand electronically now. Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Megan Ryan with the Coalition for Open Government. I did have the chance to speak with the Senator's aide a couple of times about this bill. We are certainly sympathetic to the idea of tenants facing retaliation for reporting sewage spills, but the way that this is worded is that it could be a sewage problem on any property, commercial, personal, corporate, just factory. There is no limitation on what is meant by a sewage, I don't even know, the sewage complaint. So there's that problem of overbreadth. It does say that nothing shall have so long as such information does not reveal the identity of the parties involved. So that also means the person who has done the bad thing. So under the current wording of this, we are protecting both potential bad actors who are doing these releases, and we're also protecting potential cranks who are complaining about things that don't actually happen because they're mad at their landlord or some other person because they have done something else. So it's not about the intent of the bill that we have a problem with. It's the way that it is worded, is that it is catching up way too much information that should be much more narrow.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Yes, Senator Evans.
Would it be possible, if we were to take this by for the week, Senator Hashmi, that perhaps you could work with this, the Coalition for Open Government to perhaps make it just a little tighter?
Yes, Senator Eben, and if, Megan, you already have language ready, maybe we could.
I did drop some off with your
Okay.
office.
We can do that.
Mr. Chairman.
So-
Mamie, do you want to?
So I would move that if the patron concurs, that it go by for the week.
After I waited for 5 hours to present the bill, now you do this to me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They do good work.
All right, all in favor of passing this by for the day, say aye. All opposed, no. All right, we will pass that by for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, we don't need to, so. All right, is there any other business? Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn? No. All right. All right, we are adjourned, so.